Imagine Rimuru respawning, not as a slime, but as a void, ancient dragon. A newborn true dragon with space warp breath, absolute nullification, and a calm human mind from the start. No early grind, no hiding. Nations feel the mana drop and panic. Demon lords call an emergency council. Veldora claims him as kin. Hinata changes her kill order to a negotiation plan. Angels tag him as a world-level hazard. Rimuru's goal stays the same: build a peaceful nation. But every step now happens under the weight of god-tier power and global attention. Welcome to the Cosmic Rimuru. Please subscribe and like the channel. Also join Patreon for early access of many stories.
See after Carwentivo Diavacans, I would come as I was already on the ground when it hit me that I was dying. Cold pavement under my cheek. Wet. Sticky. Blood. Sirens somewhere far. Shoes scraping. A woman crying. Someone shouting for an ambulance that wouldn't make it in time. My chest wouldn't rise right. Every breath scraped. I tried to roll and the world tilted like a bad camera. My coworker, Tanaka, was kneeling in the road with both hands on my shoulder and shaking too hard to be useful. D. Don't move. Just stay with me. I'm here, I said. It came out thin. You're loud. He laughed in a broken way and then started crying harder. This is it. This is how I die. On a random street in Tokyo, not heroic, not poetic, just a knife and bad timing. My legs were cold. My fingers tingled. I could taste metal. A horn blared. Somewhere a scooter revved and then stopped. I tried to keep my eyes open and failed. My body kept trying to shut off. Regrets lined up in the dumbest order. Never married. Never learned guitar. I should have taken that trip. I should have told my boss no, just once. I should have. A voice slid in. Not from outside. Inside. Clear, flat. Big enough to drown the sirens. Unique skills granted great sage, predator, Tsuroke. Sure, that made sense. Obviously. Everything went dark. Consciousness returned in pieces. Not like waking up. More like booting a machine that was too strong for the outlet. My first thought was boring, I'm dead. Second thought. Then why am I thinking? I tried to open my eyes and didn't find eyes. I found everything. The cave around me wasn't a picture. It was a map in my head. My senses didn't stop at a point. They wrapped. Heat, pressure, magic, something like wind and electricity had a child and fed it caffeine. The air tasted heavy. The floor hummed. I moved. Rocks screamed. My tail had taken a wall with it, my tail. I had a tail. I twisted, and stone fractured, and dust blew in a wave that hit me and rolled back like I was a cliff. Wet. Wait. Hold on. What is this? My voice didn't echo. It shook the room. I looked down. Black scales. Each one the size of a car door. Claws that could pick up a bus. A chest that rose like a building. Wings. A tail. Teeth that didn't fit in any dentist's chart. What the hell? I said. I'm supposed to be a slime. A tiny, cute slime. Not this. Air moved when I breathed. Not a breeze. A storm. Dust cycloned. Pebbles skittered. My heart beat and the ground answered. A calm voice dropped into the mess. Female, even. No hurry at all. Good morning, master. I am Seal, your ultimate skill and Manus. I froze. Then I tried to nod and cracked another slab off the cave. It shattered like thin ice. Ultimate what? No. Start over. Where am I? What am I? Why am I huge? You have reincarnated, she said. You manifested as a true dragon. Specifically, the Void King Dragon. 5th among the pillars. Your designation is Veldora. I stared at my claws. They didn't help. True dragon. Like world-ending disaster true dragon. Those true dragons? That is correct. Master, I was supposed to be a slime. I saw the enemy. I read the forums. I had a whole plan. Why did that not happen? The cause is unclear, Seal said. The result is optimal. Optimal for who? My voice bounced in my skull. I wanted a normal second life. Not this. I don't even fit in the door. You do not require doors, she said. I put my head down. The floor trembled. Dust slid off my snout in a little avalanche, okay? Fine. Explain. What can I do? What am I made of? Why is the air heavy? Your existence is spiritual, Seal said. You are a conceptual life form. Your core attribute is nihility, non-existence. You can erase matter, energy, and bounded phenomena. You currently generate and regulate an extreme magicule output. I have already stabilized the environs. That's not helping, I said. Use smaller words. You can erase things, she said. And you are very strong. Great, I said. Fantastic. That's exactly what a guy who couldn't say no to overtime needs. I tried to breathe slow. In. Out. My lungs disagreed and shoved the air like a hurricane. Pebbles rattled again. The cave was big, but I was bigger. My tail twitched. A stalactite gave up and fell. Master, Seal said, please refrain from casual tail movements. Right, I said. Tail discipline. Got it. I tried to move one arm, claw, whatever. It scraped a furrow across the floor like a plow. Sparks jumped. The smell of hot stone hit my nose. Try standing, I told myself. I stood. The ceiling did not like this decision. Rock cracked in a sheet and rained down. It hit my scales and burst into gravel. Okay, I said. Sitting was better. I sat again. The ground thumped. Dust snowed. My heart did a weird double kick. My hands, claws, shook. I don't want this, I said. I wanted a quiet life, a small apartment, maybe a plant. I can't even hold a mug. A long beat. Seal did not fill it. You may adopt a human form, she said at last. When you wish. Training required. I will assist. I let out air. It came out as a wind that skated along the floor and shoved a boulder into a wall. I said, first, if I'm this thing, how dangerous am I to everyone else? Extremely, she said. Without regulation. Regulate me. Already done. I swallowed. It was loud. Show me, I said. Something small. What this nihility does. Understood. A circle of black bloom near the far wall. Not smoke. Not light. Not anything. The stone inside it did not explode or melt. It just wasn't there anymore. The hole was clean. My stomach flipped. I did that. You can, Seal said. I am operating on your behalf for demonstration. You may also direct it consciously. I advise caution. Your output will easily destabilize this chamber if you lose focus. I touched the edge of the hole with one claw. The rock was cold. The edge was too perfect. I just erased that, I said, like it never existed. That is correct, Master. I pulled my claw back and set my head in my hands. The ground shook. My throat hurt. I wasn't crying. I was close. This is the opposite of a peaceful life, I said. This is a headache with wings. It is your current state, Seal said. I will assist you. Thanks, I said. It sounded small. The cave hummed around me. The air had a taste now, iron and something sweet like ozone before a storm. I tried breathing slow and counted. 1, 2, 3. The shake in my hands calmed down enough to pretend I had control. Something pressed against my senses. It wasn't sound. It wasn't sight. It was weight. It rolled in from deeper in the cave like a tide and sat on my chest. I looked that way without moving my head. My eyes pulled a thread through the stone and followed it. Another presence. Massive. Angry, bored, wrapped in something tight. Seal? That is Veldora Tempest, she said. The storm dragon. He is sealed by unlimited imprisonment. Estimated duration since confinement, approximately 3 centuries. I tasted dust. I licked my teeth. That did nothing. 300 years. Trapped. Alone? Affirmative. Is he bad? It was a dumb question. I asked it anyway. Historically classified as a calamity, Seal said. He is also your kin in concept. His factor is distinct from yours. I stared into the dark rock like it would answer. 300 years, I said again. That's not no. I can't just leave him there. Caution is advised, Seal said. Your emergence will attract notice. Additional destabilization may trigger unwanted attention. Eyes walking over there, destabilization. Negligible, she said. I will regulate your output. Then we're going, I said. I pushed up. This time I took it slow. One claw. Then the other. Tail tucked tight. Wings held close. I moved through the cave like a truck in a narrow alley. Rock scraped my scales. The sound was sharp and constant. Pebbles rolled under my feet and popped. My breath kept trying to be a weather report. I kept it down. As I moved, the presence got stronger. A steady pressure. It had a rhythm. Like someone tapping the wall from the other side just to feel something hit back. Master, Seal said, I will maintain an isolation buffer. Please proceed. Thanks. We rounded a final bend. The chamber opened. It was huge, bigger than the first. The center was lit by something that wasn't light. A sphere hung in the air. Not a perfect sphere. It warped in places like it was being pinched by invisible hands. Symbols crawled across it and vanished. The air around it vibrated. Inside the sphere was a dragon. He was all teeth and muscle and blue, black storm. His eyes were open. He wasn't asleep. He was stuck. His claws pressed to the inside. The surface dented and held him like thick glass. His head snapped toward me. For a second, he didn't move. Then his whole body went bright with attention. Another true dragon! His voice hit like thunder and then muffled against the seal. Here! That's impossible! I lifted one claw. High! He shoved forward and the sphere flexed. Who are you? Your aura. I do not recognize it at all. My name is, I don't know. Satoru. I woke up like this 5 minutes ago. That is not how this works, he said. You do not simply wake as a true dragon. Master, Chiel said, loud enough to cut through both of us. Formal designation. Aveldara, Void King Dragon. 5th true dragon. The other dragon's eyes widened. 5th, Void. The tone didn't land like fear. It landed like hope he was scared to say out loud. Then are you my brother? I blinked. My heart did something strange. I wasn't ready for that word. I don't know, I said. I'm new. I'm not good at this. He went still. Then the bluster cracked. I have been here for 300 years, he said, quieter. I have read every manga in this cave twice. I have named all the rocks. If you are real and you are my brother, I will accept it, even if it makes no sense. That pulled a laugh out of me I didn't plan. It sounded like a small earthquake. What's your name? I asked. Veldora Tempest, he said, swelling with pride. Storm Dragon! Terror of the skies! Heroically misunderstood? Sir, I said. Okay, I'm Satoru, or Veldera, still deciding. He pressed his snout to the inside of the sphere. Satoru. Veldara. Brother, you are very big. This is excellent. Seal spoke, crisp. Subject Veldora is confined by unlimited imprisonment. It is a multi-layered spatial entanglement and concept lock. Breaking it requires either a hero's counter, concept, or a superior force that can negate bound phenomena. Veldora's shoulders slumped. Yes, yes. I know. I tried roaring at it. I tried punching it. I tried reading at it. None of that worked? You read at it? I asked. I was bored. He snapped, then grinned. But perhaps this time is different. Different how? He stared at me like I was slow. You are a true dragon. Also you are new. Also your aura feels like everything and nothing at once. It is very cool. I looked at the sphere, then at him. His eyes were bright. Under the noise and the weird pride, there was a simple, embarrassing thing. He was lonely. Can we get you out? I asked. Veldora laughed without humor. It took a hero to put me in. It will take a hero to take me out, unless you happen to have one in your pocket. Master, Chiel said, returning like a knife sliding into a sheath. I can break this. We both shut up. What? Veldora said. You cannot just. The seal is complex but finite, Chiel said. Your nihility can erase its binding concept. Estimated operation time 47 seconds. I stared at the sphere. Is that safe? For you, she said. Collateral damage to this chamber is likely. Wet, Veldora said, and all the pride peeled back. His voice went rough. Please, please, I will do anything. I will be good. I cannot do another 300 years. That hit something simple in my chest. Seal, I said. Tell me how. Maintain current output suppression, she said. Extend a controlled field to contact the outermost layer. Picture absence. Do not push. Allow the seal to fail. I don't have hands for picture absence, I said, but I closed my eyes anyway. Not eyes. Whatever. I reached. Power slid under my skin like cold water. My claws tingled. The air around the sphere went quiet. Not silent. Quiet. Like a room holding its breath. A film of black spread over the sphere. It did not drip. It did not glow. It touched. And where it touched, the symbols stopped moving. Good, Chiel said. Do not force. Let it delete. The first crack didn't sound like a crack. It sounded like a string snapping. The second one did. A hairline split ran around the sphere. Pressure whistled through it and made my scales itch. The chamber jumped. Dust poured out of the ceiling. The floor bucked once. I held still and kept breathing. 15 seconds, Chiel said. The black spread. The cracks multiplied. Light bled through them and then died. The air shook so hard it blurred. 5, she said. The sphere came apart. Not an explosion. A collapse. All the light and pressure in it sucked in and then let go at once. A shockwave stamped through the room and lifted boulders like feathers. It hit my chest and pushed, and I planted my claws and took it. Veldora roared. The sound punched through the last scraps of whatever held him and flattened what was left of the chamber's patience. A wall fell. The ceiling shed a lot of itself. The ground buckled like tired bread. He was free. He launched straight up, slammed into a ceiling that didn't exist anymore, and then looped with way too much energy for a dragon who hadn't stretched in 3 centuries. He clipped a ridge, spun, laughed, and barreled back down.
You did it!
He shouted.
You actually did it!
Ah! His wings sent a hurricane across the floor. My tail braced without asking me first. Pebbles became bullets. Far off, a rock column let go and fell in pieces. Careful, I said. You're going to bury us.
Worth it.
He yelled, and then he stopped himself mid-spin and hovered, panting, I am fine. I am fine. He wasn't. He was shaking. He tried to stand like nothing was wrong and clipped the floor. He played it off. He landed in front of me and stared up. His eyes were wet. He pretended they weren't. I want to give you something, he said too fast. A name. My name. Tempest. If you take it, we are family, brothers. If you do not want, it is fine. I am very cool and independent. I didn't think. I just said, yeah, I'd like that. His face did something ridiculous and honest. Then he straightened and tried to be ceremonial. Then hear me, he said, lifting his head. By my authority as Veldora Tempest, Storm Dragon, I name you Veldora Tempest. Magic hit. Not a metaphor. A real pressure, like a wave coming through stone. It ran over my scales and under them and into places I didn't have before. It felt right, like a lock turning. A line formed between us. I could feel where he was without looking. I could tell the shape of his mood like a weather report. He felt bright, hopeful, loud. Brother, he said. I laughed, short, a little broken. Brother. He grinned so wide it looked painful. Excellent. Now, let me tell you about this manga I read. Later, I said, and I meant it. We should leave before you bring the ceiling down on your freedom party. He looked up at the cracks and pretended he had noticed them already. Yes, we will leave. Then we will fly. Then we will eat everything. Let's start with not dying in a cave, I said. Master, Seal said. External magical fluctuations detected. Multiple distant observers have noted our event. Already, I said. Affirmative, she said. Recommendations. Controlled exit. Minimal collateral. Rapid concealment if desired. Also hydration. I can't drink with this mouth, I said. You can, she said. I will show you. Veldora bounced on his front claws. Do you hear that? Observers! This is perfect. Guy is going to be so mad. Ooh, I asked. He laughed again and started toward the exit he made with his face.
You will see.
I followed. My legs still shook. My head still hurt. I felt tired in a way I didn't know how to fix. But when Veldora looked back at me, he looked happy, and that did something simple inside me. I had died on a street with nothing done and nothing left. I was walking out of a cave with a ridiculous new body and a brother. That counted for something. Far away, in a place that not smell like stone or dust. Someone opened his eyes and smiled like the world had remembered an old game. Shiap tr tun first tsto tichi ward eld scene 1. Learning to be human morning hid as a lighter shade in the cracks. Dust hung in the air from last night's mess. My body felt heavy in a way that wasn't pain. It was scale and bone and too much power sitting under the skin. Veldora bounced on his front claws like a kid who'd eaten sugar for breakfast. Come on! We are leaving this hole today. 300 years. I have the route memorized by smell. We will fly. We will scream. We will scare clouds. I don't fit through the exit, I said. You will make a bigger exit, he said. Or, I said, I learned to walk around as a person. Boring, he said, then grinned. But useful. Show me. Seal. Understood? Master, initiate humanization protocol. Focus on a bipedal frame, reduce mass. Maintain core integrity. I will stabilize magicule leakage. Smaller words. Picture yourself human. Hold that image. Breathe. I closed my not eyes and tried. The dragon body folded in my head. Bones shuffled. Heat dropped. Weight slid away like a coat. The world tilted. Something popped. My left arm was normal. My right arm was still a claw. My legs disagreed about length. My tail refused to leave. Veldora started laughing. "You look like a deformed lizard." "This is excellent." I tried again. Focus. Human. Hands with fingers. Feet with toes. No tail. Teeth not for trucks. Everything compressed at once. The ground was suddenly far away. Air didn't push at my throat. I exhaled, and it was a normal breath. I looked down at hands. 10 fingers. No claws. Palms dusty. Knuckles scraped. I flexed. It felt wrong and right at the same time. "Master, your ocular signature remains," Seal said. "Golden irises. It is a true dragon marker." "Great," I said. "My eyes are a warning sign." Veldora rippled and shrank with a smooth ease that made me annoyed. The dragon was gone. A tall man stood where a storm had been. Long hair the color of thunderclouds. Same golden eyes. He wore nothing but confidence. "Clothes?" I asked. "Preparing attire," Seal said. A black coat and simple shirt settled over me from nowhere. Pants. Boots. The fabric was cool. It fit. Storm. Pattern for subject Veldora. Veldora looked down as a dark coat with a shifting pale swirl along the hem wrapped him. He preened. "I am handsome." "You're loud," I said. My voice sounded normal. That helped. I checked my hands again. "Okay. This is better. Still weird." "Your stability is sufficient," Chiel said. "Sustained transformation is safe. I suggest continuing in human form for social contact." "That's the plan." Veldora slapped my back hard enough to move me 2 steps. "To the world." "Gently," I said. He headed for the light. I followed. The forest fears, we stepped out into bright sunlight. The cave mouth opened onto a slope under tall trees. The air smelled like wet moss and stone. Wind moved the leaves in long runs. Everything noticed us. Birds tore into the air with a burst of wings. Small animals bolted through the underbrush. A deer froze, trembled, and fell before it could choose a direction. The grass near our boots yellowed at the edges. Sap blood out of a tree cut that wasn't there.
Is this because of us?
I said. "Yes," Veldora said, cheerful. "We are true dragons. Everything is scared. You get used to it." I didn't want to get used to it. My shoulders tightened. "Seal, can you turn this down?" "I am already applying suppression fields," she said. "Your presence is a fundamental property. Complete suppression is not possible. I can mitigate collateral. Keep doing that." I tried to stand smaller. It didn't matter. The forest still leaned away. A scream carried in from the trees. Thin, panicked. Then more voices, feet pounding. Branches snapped. A low growl answered from the other side. Veldora tilted his head, pleased. "Visitors." "Let me talk," I said. "I will not punch anyone," he said. He did not sound convincing. Scene 3. The goblins' terror, they burst from the tree line in a stumbling cluster. Thin, green men with big ears and bigger eyes. A few women. A handful of kids pressed to legs. Their skins were scabbed. Clothes were scraps and rope. The front man looked older because he was slower. They saw us. Their bodies reacted before their heads did. Knees hit dirt. Foreheads followed. All at once. Please," the older one said, voice shaking so hard the words knocked into each other.
"Great Dragon Lord, spare our village!"
"Wait," I said, hands up. "No, stand up." "You don't have to." They flinched from the motion and pressed lower. Veldora leaned in to look. "They think we will eat them."
"This is very funny."
"Not helping," I said through my teeth. I crouched and kept my hands where they could see them. "Look at me. It's okay. A kid peeked, saw my eyes, hid again. The elder lifted his head a little. His teeth chattered. We did not mean offense. The wolves drove us here. We thought, we hoped. He swallowed and shook again. We're not going to hurt you, I said. What's your name? He blinked. Rigard. Rigard, I said. Okay. I am Satoru. Veldara. He is Veldora. We are not going to eat anyone. He nodded too fast. Yes, my lord. Stop with the my lord, I said. Just talk to me. Master. Chiel said quietly in my head. They will not relax. Your presence triggers submission protocols in lesser monsters. Accepting submission will reduce panic. I don't want servants, I said. You already have them, she said. You may use that fact to protect them. I exhaled. Fine. I looked at Rigard. You can stand. You are under my protection. The shift was immediate. He didn't stand tall, but he stood. His eyes still flicked to my face in a way like they didn't dare stay. The others followed. Tell me what's happening, I said. Deer wolves, he said. They took our fields. They come at night, we hide. We run. We lose people. A low sound rolled across the clearing in reply. Not close. Not far. The hair on my arms lifted. Veldora smiled with all his teeth. And now the other half of the story. Stay behind me, I said, and then I caught myself. No. Behind Veldora, he snorted. Rue the wolves arrived. The pack came in from the shadows at a run. Big bodies, lean from hunger. Dark fur, yellow eyes. The lead wolf was larger than a horse. Scars cut through his coat. He took 3 steps into the clearing, saw us, and stopped so hard his paws tore dirt. The air tightened. Their breaths came fast and loud. Some whined low in their throats. They did not bare teeth. They did not attack. The lead wolf stepped forward, head lowered, neck exposed. Submission posture, Chiel said. They recognized true dragon authority. The big wolf held still. He didn't blink much. His shoulders shook. Great, I said softly. More fear. I raised my voice. We're not here to kill you. The wolf stared. The rest of the pack shifted as a unit. No one ran. Rigard crept to my side and then froze himself. They have been hunting us, he whispered. They are starving. We are starving. Why? I said. Drought, Chiel said. Local balance collapsed during Veldora's confinement. Your release shifted magicule density. It will stabilize, but not yet. So they pushed into goblin land, I said, because there was no food left on theirs. The wolf's ears flicked at my voice. This is dumb, I said. You, I pointed at the wolves, need food. You, I pointed at the goblins, need protection. Do you see where I'm going? Rigard worked his mouth. The wolf breathed hard. You can work together? I said. Share the hunts. Wolves stop attacking goblins. Goblins stop stabbing wolves. Wolves guard the village against other things. You get food. They get safety. No one dies over pride, Veldora beamed. My brother is a dragon businessman. Please don't call me that. The lead wolf took a step closer and lowered his head until it almost touched my knee. His voice came in my head like a scrape, not words at first. Then words. We are hungry. I know, I said. We will fix that, but we stop the killing first. The wolf held still. Then he pressed his nose to the dirt. The rest followed. Agreement established, Chiel said. Compliance likely if reinforced. How do I reinforce without scaring them more? I said. Name them, she said. Scene 5. The naming power. Won't that knock me out? I said. Isn't that a whole thing? You possess sufficient magicules to remain conscious, Seal said. I will manage flow. Rigurd straightened when he heard the word. Name. His hands shook. You willed. He swallowed. My lord, I am not worthy. Stop that, I said. You're a person? Stand here. He stepped closer on legs that didn't trust him. The goblins behind him watched with wide eyes. State his intended name, Seal said. Rigurd, I said. Keep it. Magic moved. It wasn't a flash. It was a pressure change and a sound in my bones. Dark air wrapped him and sank into his skin. His back straightened. His body stretched. His face changed shape, sharper, stronger, less gaunt. His eyes went from dull to bright. He touched his chest and then looked at his hands like he'd never had them. He gasped. My, Satoru. Lord Satoru. Just Satoru, I said. He failed to hear me. He dropped to a knee. Tears ran. He didn't try to hide them. The others pushed forward, then remembered where they were and stopped. I called a few by name as they said them rigor. Ririna. Kitchi. One by one the pressure moved. Bodies changed. Clothes tore. Voices deepened. A girl laughed, and then clapped a hand over her mouth, because she didn't know if laughing was allowed. I stayed awake. My heart pounded, but I stayed. Veldora watched with an amused pride, like he was letting me drive his car. Wolves, I said. The lead wolf didn't move until I said it. Then he stepped forward without fear for the first time. He looked at me, not my feet. Name, Seal said. Ranga, I said. The change hit like a storm starting. Air pulled toward him and then snapped out. Lightning crawled under his fur and stayed there as a faint glow. His body grew, not huge, dense. His eyes cleared. A curved horn pushed cleanly from his forehead. The pack took a step back as one. He bowed, not like an animal, like a soldier. Master, his voice said in my head, steady now. I live to serve you. I nodded and swallowed. Stand by me, then? We have a lot to do.
Yes?
He moved to my left and sat. He watched the trees without blinking. Rigurd stood straighter than anyone. My lord, you have blessed us beyond measure. We will work. We will build. We will feed the wolves. We will do as you say. Do as we plan, I said. Not as I say. Everyone has a job. Veldora leaned close. Show off. You wanted me to run into the forest and yell at the sky, I said. That would also have been effective, he said. Less paperwork, I said. He laughed so hard he had to hold his side. Scene 6. The ogres pried the air shifted again. Not wolves, not goblins, heavier. Focused. Signatures approaching, Seal said. 6. High output. Martial posture. Enemies, I said. Unknown. They came out in a line, not running, not trampling. Tall. Horned, fast. The one in front carried fire like a habit. His eyes took in everything at a glance and decided to be angry at it. He saw our faces. His foot halted on its own. His shoulders fought between bowing and staying up. Pride won by half an inch. Brother, the girl behind him said, hand on his arm. Stop. Her voice was soft and steady. He set his jaw and took one more step because he had to prove he could. We sensed power, he said. We are looking for the Orc Lord. The what now? I said. Our village is gone, he said. The words came through clenched teeth. Our father is dead. The Orc Lord did it. He looked at the wolves and goblins and then back at me. You have strength. You will tell us where he is. That's not how asking works, Veldora said, amused. Brother, the girl repeated firmer. She looked at me and then looked at my eyes and did not flinch. Great ones, we do not mean to intrude. We seek justice. If we have entered your territory, we apologize. Names, I said. The front man squared his shoulders. I am Benimaru. He named the others without looking back. Shuna, Shion, Sui, Hakuro Kurobe. He was shaking, not fear. Rage that had nowhere useful to go. I am Satoru, I said. Veldara. This is Veldora. You are in my protection zone. That means if the Orc Lord is a threat, I will deal with it. Why will deal with it? Veldora said. Later. I said. Benimaru's mouth twisted. Do not need protection. He was lying to himself and knew it. He stayed standing because kneeling would hurt more than he could stand right now. Shona touched his sleeve. Look at him, she said quietly. He is not like the stories. Benimaru looked. He didn't like what he saw. Someone he couldn't move, who wasn't trying to move him. He swallowed. His throat worked. We want revenge, he said. We will take it with or without your leave. You will get the wrong target if you rush, I said. You will die tired and mad. I understand wanting to hit something. I also understand wanting your people alive next week. Sui's eyes flicked to me and away. Hakura's gaze stayed longer. He took a slow breath and adjusted his stance into something less like a fight. Shion cracked her knuckles. Renga watched her hands. I stepped forward until Benimaru had to tilt his chin. I am offering help. Take it or don't. But do not tell me your people matter, and then refuse the thing that keeps them alive, because your pride is sore. His face went blank. For a beat, I thought he would swing. Then his head dipped, almost a bow, and held there. He went to one knee. The motion hurt him. He did it anyway. Fine, he said, voice low. We will accept your help. Shona let out a breath I hadn't noticed she was holding. Veldora clapped once. Excellent. New friends. Kijin-born seal, I said. Naming protocol is safe, she said. Magical reserves stable. I recommend structured naming to anchor roles. Okay. I face the ogres. If I name you, you will change. You will get stronger. You will also be mine. You already are, Benimaru said, and the honesty of it scraped him raw. Stand here, I said. He did. He met my eyes and didn't look away. Benimaru, I said. Power moved. He straightened as if a weight had lifted off his spine. His hair deepened in color. The air around his hands darkened and then steadied into a heat shimmer. He opened his fingers and a small flame sat there, not red, not blue, something darker. He smiled without meaning to. Shuna, I said. Light threaded into her hair. Magic rose from her skin like heat off a road. Her hands steadied, like she had been holding a load for too long, and someone finally took part of it. Shion. Muscle packed onto her shoulders cleanly. Her eyes sharpened. She grinned. Sui. He went quiet in a new way. The space around him thinned, like he could step between places by choosing it. Hakuru. His lines refined. His breath came shorter and then smoother. He smiled the way old teachers smile when a student does something smart without bragging about it. Kurobe. He touched his hands together like he was feeling the shape of a blade that wasn't there yet, and nodded. Satisfied with something only he felt. The goblins watched without moving. The wolves held position. Veldora whistled, impressed. Benimaru looked down at his palm and let the dark flame roll across his knuckles. This is different. He closed his hand and the fire went out clean. He set his fist against his chest and bowed low this time. My lord, we are yours. Forever, we are allies, I said. The forever part we will talk about. He gave me a quick look that might be respect. Roles, I said. Rigard, your village lead for now. Start organizing shelters. Rigor, take a team and salvage wood from the deadfall. Kurobe, your build lead. Hakaru, training. Suie, perimeter and scouting with Ranga. Shion, logistics. Shona, food and supplies coordination. Benamaru, ops. You sit on top of the moving parts. If you don't know a word I just said, ask. Rigard straightened another inch. Yes, I will draw plans. Chiel said in my head. I will also prevent collapses by correcting amateur load, bearing mistakes. Thank you, I said. Veldora leaned in again. You are enjoying this. I like it when people don't die, I said. Structure helps. He nodded solemnly, then immediately pointed to the tree line. We should test Ranga's new speed. After we build beds, I said. He groaned. Scene 80, first night together evening settled fast under the trees. Fires threw light across new frames and old logs. Smoke and roasted root vegetables mixed with the damp smell of soil. Someone found salt. Someone else found a stash of dried meat that hadn't molded. I sat on a log and watched people eat. The goblin kids peeked, and then got brave and sat close. One fell asleep against Veldora's leg. He tried to be offended and failed. He told a story about a hero who got lost in a laundry room and had to fight a washing machine. It made no sense. Everyone laughed anyway. Shona brought a bowl over. You should eat, she said.
I don't think I need to,
I said. But it smells good. I tried a bite. It was simple and hot and tasted like actual food. Thank you. She watched my face like she was learning a language. You do not talk like a dragon. I barely talk like a person, I said. She smiled. You talk like someone who listens. Benamaru sat down on my other side because he didn't want to and thought that meant he should. He ate in clean, fast bites. When do we move on the Orc Lord? He said. Soon, I said. We need scouting. We need people who won't die if we step away. Tomorrow, Sui and Ranga sweep. We plan off their map. We don't walk into a field and hope. He nodded, eyes on the fire. Good. A beat. Thank you. For what? For not talking to me like I am a problem you need to fix. I do need to fix you, I said, but not like that. He snorted. It was almost a laugh. Ranga lay at my feet like a shadow, ears twitching to a rhythm I couldn't hear. He was content. The wolves didn't beg. They watched the edges and ate, when told to, and lay down in a ring when they were done. Veldora finished another impossible story and threw his hands up. The kids clapped. He bowed, caught himself enjoying it too much, and tried to look cool. He failed again. I looked up through the branches. Stars pushed through the dark. The air had cooled. My shoulders dropped without me telling them to. I died, I said, mostly to myself. I got reborn as a dragon. Now I have a family. Affirmative, Chiel said. You have acquired subordinates and a sibling. That's not what I meant. Veldora flopped onto the log beside me hard enough to make it creak. It is what you meant, he said. Also, I like it. You are less annoying when you are not sad. Thanks, I said. I couldn't stop the small smile. It sat on my face and felt strange and right. Voices thinned as people crawled into new shelters. The fires settled. The forest sounds came back softer, wind in leaves, distant owls. The crack of a branch because something big changed its mind. External attention remains, Chiel said. Distant observers. Ooh, I said. Unknown, she said. But organized? Let them watch. Veldora said, eyes on the sky. They will come tomorrow, or the next day. It will be interesting. I didn't want interesting. I wanted this quiet to last more than an hour. I knew it wouldn't. Far away, in a city carved into stone and lit with warm lamps, a dwarf in a blue cloak put a scroll on a long table. Gazel Dwargo read it once. He read it again. He did not sit. Veldora Tempest is free, the messenger said. And there is a second signature we have never seen before. Big. Gazel rubbed his beard and looked at the map on the wall. Prepare an envoy, he said. We'll go at first light. He did not say please. He did not say we will be careful. He did not say I hope this is a joke. He went to sharpen his sword and did not sleep. Sheship tr thirsedro of do ipo miwi scene 1. Envoy at the gate morning brought voices before light. Steel on steel. Hooves on hard ground. Ranga lifted his head and growled once. Lo, count, I said. 30 riders, he said in my head. Orderly. No attempt to hide. Crest unknown to me. Sui appeared the way he did now, no sound, just presence. He knelt. Dwargan colors. The king leads them. Gazil himself, I said. Affirmative, Chil said. Probability it is a double. 6%. Veldora stretched like he had slept well, which he had. A king? Excellent. I will say something impressive. Do not roar, I said. I will roar later, he said. Rigard hurried over, already sweating. Satoru, Lord Satoru, we have no proper gate. We have no banners. We have only logs. We have people, I said. That will do. I stood. My legs felt stiff from the ground. The camp smelled like wood smoke and wet dirt. A pot boiled somewhere. Kids ran until a goblin woman caught them and pulled them behind a hut frame. Benamaru, I said. Front with me, Shuan on his left, Shona behind me, Hakura shadow. Kurob keep the workers on build. Sui high, Ranga at heel. They moved. Veldora walked at my side because he refused not to. The riders came through the trees in 2 lines. Dwarves in polished armor, spears, shields, faces you wouldn't play games with. The one in front wore a blue cloak that had seen use. His beard was neat. His eyes were not friendly or hostile, they were awake. We stopped at 10 paces. The horses stamped and blew. The riders' hands were steady on reins but ready. The king looked at me, then at Veldora, then back at me. He took us in like a craftsman measuring a beam he didn't trust yet. I am Gazel Dwargo, he said. Voice like stone. King of Dwargan, I am Veldara, I said. This is Veldora. Veldora grinned. Storm Dragon. Yes, that one. You are welcome. Several of the riders twitched. Gazel didn't. You freed him, Gazel said to me.
Yes,
I said, on purpose. Yes. He watched my face for a long heartbeat. Then he swung down from the saddle. Armor clinked. He stepped forward and offered a hand. Then we talk, he said. I took it. His grip was strong. His palm was collused. He did not look away to flatter or intimidate. I liked him. Welcome, I said. We have food that is not fancy. Good, he said. Fancy food takes too long. He motioned. His guard fanned out and did not relax. Hakuro faded more into nowhere. Sui stayed just at the edge of sight. Protocol suggestion, Seal said. Neutral ground, shade, water.
seating, symbols of parity.
Rigard, I said. Tent, table, 3 chairs. Water. He ran as if his feet were on fire. The goblins moved like fear and pride, pulling in the same direction. Gazelle took in the huts rising, the wolves in a loose ring, the ogres who did not lower eyes, even when they should. He did not hide his surprise at the order. You built this yesterday, he said. Starts of it, I said. We will do it properly now. Your people listen to you, he said. They listen because I listen back, I said. And because of the eyes, I pointed at them. He snorted once. It might have been a laugh. Scene tune. Terms on the table. We sat under canvas that still smelled like sap. The table was a door on 2 barrels. It creaked. Cups sweated. A map lay between us. Gazel's, not mine. It showed lines I didn't know. Veldora shifted in his chair like it was a trap. Shuna poured water and stood near my shoulder, quiet and useful. Benimaru stood behind me with his hands loose at his sides. Gazel set down a leather tube and pulled out 2 sealed letters. He pushed one to me. The wax was official. Reports. Veldora's release. A second signature we cannot classify. His eyes met mine. Yours. True dragon. Veldora said, pleased. Void. He is very shiny. Gazel did not look pleased. I am not here to threaten you, he said. I am here because if I do not understand what you are, my people die in the wrong direction. Fair, I said. Ask. He didn't waste time. What do you want? I counted breaths so I didn't say something dumb. I want a place that does not fall apart, I said. I want people who do not die because someone stronger is bored. I want trade that feeds villages and makes roads. I want fewer fights and better ones. Veldora nodded as if I had said, snacks. Ambition and mercy, Gazel said. Do you have both on the same day? Usually, I said. He sat back. You will draw attention. You have already done it. If you intend to hold land, you will take responsibility for what your presence breaks. I know, I said. We felt it in the forest. We will fix what we can. We means who? Me? Him. Them. I named roles again. He watched how I grouped people. And you, if it makes sense. His mouth tugged. I'll offer. Mutual defense, I said. Trade lanes. Materials for tools and structures. Shared training. You have law. We have teeth. I do not tax you. You do not try to leash me? Direct, he said. Good. He tapped the map. Border points. If you call this line your protection zone, I can keep cities calm. If you push here without notice, we fight. That line is fine, I said. I look to seal in my head. Problems. Supply chains must be adjusted, she said. I will prepare routes. I recommend assigning a liaison. I looked at Shona. You? She bowed. Yes. Gazel watched her and nodded once. Competent. He drank and set the cup down without a sound. He thumbed the second letter. The Orc Lord moves. Scouts report a flood toward the east ridge. If that thing reaches the human farms, it is a famine next season. Benimaru's jaw went tight. He did not speak. We will stop it, I said. You will stop it, Gazel said. He did not ask. He measured. We will stop it, I repeated. So Benimaru would hear me say it again. Gazel folded the map. Then we have business. He stood. I will send a craft, master. You will like him. He is rude in useful ways. Good, I said. I am learning to enjoy rude, he grunted. One more thing. Go on. If you change your mind and want to be a tyrant, he said, pick another direction. I didn't smile. If I wanted that, you would not be here. He didn't smile either. That is why I am here. We stood. The tent felt small with all the air in it. He offered his arm again. I took it. Envoy remains until trade terms settle, he said. We do not camp close. We do not spy and pretend it is not spying. Good, I said. Honest spying is easier to plan around. He actually laughed this time, short. He stepped out into the light. Scene 3. Kaijin and the bench test. They brought him at noon. He walked like a man who could sit for hours over a forge and then stand without groaning. Broad shoulders. Burn scars. A mouth that wanted to frown but didn't waste the muscle. "I am Kaijin," he said. No bow. No fancy words. "The king says you need things built fast and built right." "I do," I said. "I am Satoru." He looked me up and down. He saw the eyes last and filed it under. Things to deal with later. He brushed past protocol and tapped the frame of the nearest hut. The sound told him what he needed. He shook his head. Soft wood. "You are asking for a collapse in the first storm." "Fix it," I said. He said, "Steel." "Nails." "Braces." "A place to work." "Kurobe," I said. Kurobe stepped up like a blade in a sheath.
Yes?
"Shadow him," I said. "Give him everything." Kaijin glanced at Kurobe's hands and nodded. "Good hands." He slapped the bench I sat on. "Bad bench." He sat anyway. It creaked. "What do you want this to be?" "Not a camp," I said. "A town." He squinted like the sun was in his eyes. "Roads first, drainage. Then walls. You are rich in bodies that can lift and poor in bodies that know why. I will fix that." "Budget," I said. "Stop saying words I don't know," he said. "Materials limits." I said, "Stone if you can, logs if you must. I will teach them how to find good ones. We will burn clay for brick. We will not die from a roof." "Payment," I said. "King pays me," he said. "You feed my crew. You do not waste my time." "Don't," I said. He pointed at my coat. "That cloth is strange." "Don't start," I said. It came with the voice. Shona hid a smile behind her hand. Kaijin caught it. "You have smart people. Use them. And stop standing with your shoulders up to your ears. You look like the wood will bite you." "It does," I said. "Not if you cut it right," he said. He stood and clapped once. You, and you," he said to 3 goblins and 1 dwarf from his crew. "Bring me a real log. We will make a beam that does not cry." He moved like he owned the ground. I liked him. Scene 40. The Orc Lord on the map. Afternoon heat sat over everything. The smell of sap and sweat mixed with cooked meat. We gathered in the new shade. Kaijin insisted on making first. 4 posts, 1 good crossbeam, woven branches. Sui laid down a rough map he had sketched from memory, clear lines. Marks for rivers and low ground, circles for villages. He pointed to a fat smear. "Orc mass here. Moving along this line," he said. "Numbers unknown. Many? They eat as they go." Ranga's ears flicked. Trail scent is thick. "Rot. Hunger." Benamaru leaned over the map like he could burn the orcs with his face. "We hit them now." "No," I said. "Well, hit them right." He looked up, ready to argue. He didn't. He breathed through his nose and forced his hands to unclench. I said, "Stop the mass. Minimize loss. Neutralize the driver if someone is pushing them." "Clayman," Sui said. "Tracks say puppet strings." "Possibility?" Seal said. "Clayman's style matches prior events in adjacent regions." "Then we get proof," I said. 3 groups, Hakaru said. He didn't ask permission to speak. He just did. Scouts pull the line thin. Shock unit breaks the head. "Good," I said. Sui. Ranga, scouts. Benamaru shock. Hakaru anchor with Kaijin and wolves. I will float. Veldora does not touch anything until I say. Veldora looked hurt. "I am very gentle." "You are very not gentle," I said. "You are the last button." He perked up. "I like buttons." "Kaijin," I said. "You keep the build going while we're out." Shuna supplies for 3 days. Sheehan, ration control, no hero portions. Rigard, keep the kids and elders calm. If anyone tries to take advantage, Sui will find them later and we will have words. Understood. They said in different ways. Timeline? I said. Scouts can move now, Sui said. Do it, I said. He vanished. We were still bent over the map when the air changed. Scene 50. The butler in the sun, it felt like a shadow walking under a clear sky. Not cold, focused, polite power. The wolves stood without orders. Veldora looked delighted and leaned back like he was watching a play start. A man stepped out of nothing 15 paces from us, tall. Dark suit that did not pick up dust. Gloves. A neat smile that didn't reach his eyes. Several goblins yelped and then pretended they hadn't. Ranga slid a half-step closer to my leg. The man looked at me and bowed at the waist. Deep, precise. He knelt and put one hand to his chest. I have come, he said, voice smooth, drawn by a presence I could not ignore. Please forgive my boldness. Name, I said. He looked up, red eyes. Not Y-sharp. Nowhere, he said. A primordial. He smiled wider. You may call me Diablo if you prefer. Shuna inhaled. Benamaru's fingers twitched toward a blade that wasn't in his hand right now. Hakaru did not move at all. Seal's voice was firm. Primordial identity confirmed. High threat. Remarkable stability. Diablo lowered his head again. I wish to serve. Why? I said. Because power of this quality should not be wasted, he said. Because following true strength is a pleasure. Because I have been bored for a very long time. He glanced, quick at Veldora. No offense to the classics. Veldora laughed. I like him. Seal spoke cool. Your devotion is noted. Master already has optimal support. Diablo's eyes warmed by 1 degree. Then I will be the second, best support. I accept this fate. I rubbed my face. This is not a normal day. He tilted his head. You are not a normal being. Fair, I said. My heart was steady. My palms were dry. It surprised me. Maybe I was getting used to impossible. If you mean it, I said, you will obey not just me, but the structure here. You will not harm anyone without orders. You will not start fights to prove points. He looked honestly offended. I am a gentleman. Veldora clapped again. He is a gentleman? Seal did not sigh, but I felt the lack of a sigh. He will require monitoring. Sui can watch him, I said. He will not see me if I do not wish to be seen. Diablo said. Cheerful. Try, I said. He smiled like someone had given him a toy. Fine, I said. Stand down and stand by. We are preparing for a war problem. Delightful, he said. He rose in one smooth motion and took 2 respectful steps back. He did not turn his back on me. Benamaru let out the breath he was holding. Who else? I said to the empty air, because that was how the day was going. The sky answered. Scene 6C, the girl who fell out of the sky magic hit in a wave. Not careful, fast and bright, Veldora shouted. Niece! A pink-haired girl in black and gold came down like a meteor and stopped a meter above the ground, because she remembered at the last second. She hovered, grinning like she had found a cookie jar. Hey, she said. I found you. Milim, Veldora said, proud and nervous at the same time. Behave. She dropped and planted her hands on her hips. Her eyes went straight to mine. Her head tilted. You feel like Papa. I blinked. That seems above my pay grade. She stepped closer without asking. No fear, no filter. She walked around me like I was a statue in a park. She tugged my coat sleeve. This is neat. She looked up again. No, I said. She blinked fast, surprised. What? No, I said again. We just built benches. If you punch me, Kaijin will yell at me. Kaijin from across the clearing. I will. Milim swung her legs in place like she had energy to burn holes in the dirt. But I want to see. Watch later, Veldora said, patting her head and failing to reach because she moved just out of reach without looking. He is busy. She squinted at Diablo. Who's this? He bowed. A servant. She looked at Veldora. Uncle. You made a friend. I did not make him, Veldora said. He arrived like a polite knife. Milim laughed. Then her face did a quick shift into something older. She looked at Benimaru's hands, at Shona's shoulders, at the wolf's ring, at Gazel's banner just visible through the trees. You started a big thing, she said to me, quieter. I am trying to start a sturdy thing, I said. She nodded hard. Okay. I help. That is not what we. Gazel began from beyond the shade. He had wandered back without me noticing. He stopped when Milim looked at him. He didn't bow. He didn't bluster. He adjusted his cloak and came into the shade. Milim Nava, he said. Welcome, High Dwarf King, she said. You are small and strong. I like that. Thank you, he said. He did not smile. Milim, Veldora said. No breaking. She groaned. Everyone says that. Because you break things, he said. She shrugged and then planted her feet. So, what are we doing? Where are we punching? Planning? I said. We are planning first. She made a face like I had offered her homework. Boring? Necessary, I said. She squinted at me again and then grinned. You are bossy in a nice way. Okay, I will sit. She sat cross-legged on the ground like a kid in a classroom and stared at the map. Scene 7 day. Lines drawn, we crammed more bodies under the shade than it liked. The posts creaked. Kaijin made a note to fix something and then told himself to shut up and let us ruin it now so he could fix it right later. I pointed at the map again. Scouts out. We hit in 2 days if the line holds. If it doesn't, we move faster. Let me go now, Benimaru said. You will get your fight, I said. I need the head intact long enough to see who is holding the leash. Clayman, Diablo said, amused. He likes strings. You know him, I said. I know of him, he said. We will make him cry later if you wish. Milim perked up. I like crying bad guys. Later, I said. Gazelle set one finger on the map. If the flood turns here, farms die. If you can push the line this way, the damage is less. Good, I said. We will push that way. Sui, I said to the air. He didn't answer because he was gone, but I said it anyway. Check the ridge and the river crossing south. Look for a masked handler. Bring me a sample if you can do it without dying. Understood. Came his voice from somewhere above. Ranga, I said. Run drills with wolves. I need clean flanks. No hero runs. Yes, he said and was already moving. Pack sliding with him. Kaijin, I said. Ladder shields. Spare spearheads. If they break, I want spares. We do not throw bodies away because a stick snapped. Finally, a man who hates bad wood, he said. Shuna, I said. Food into packs. Water skins filled, salt, herbs, clean cloth, needles. Yes, she said. I said. Keep her from stealing the hot pan again. Sheehan looked offended. It was only once. She reached anyway and burned her fingers and scowled at the pan like it had betrayed her. Milim watched all of it like a cat watching a window. This is fun, she said. Everyone has a thing. That's the point, I said. She leaned on the table. Let me fight first. No, I said. Second? Maybe, I said. She grinned, satisfied. Diablo adjusted his cuff. If you allow me to operate, I will remove a piece you dislike. What piece? I said. The insecure one who stands behind the confident one and whispers. He said, There is always one.
What?
Veldora said. Is that me? Not this time, Diablo said, almost kind. Gazelle watched all of us like a man trying to learn a new board game at speed. He pointed at me. If I call on you, will you answer? Depends what you call for, I said. Bandits, he said. Human ones. They will test a new line. I want them to find a wall. We will build a wall, I said. Fast first. Good after? Kajin grunted approval. Then we are done here, Gazel said. He stood. I will send more men who think with hands and not swords. Use them? Thank you, I said. He nodded and walked out into the light. His men moved with him. Scene 8. Edges and promises evening again. Second night felt less like a camp and more like a place. The smell of stew had weight. The fire popped. The wolves lay like stones with ears. I sat with Veldora and Milim on a half-built step. Diablo stood a polite distance away, pretending to watch the stars and actually watching me. Seal stayed quiet, unless I asked. Do you regret it? Veldora said. The thing in the cave. No, I said. I regret the timing. I wish we had a week of quiet before everything tried to say hello. This is more fun, Milim said. Your fun is expensive? I said. She smiled like she did not disagree. Master, Seal said. I recommend rest. Your output is stable, but your mind is tired. If you push, you will make poor calls. Translation, I said. Sleep.
Yes,
she said. I looked at my hands. They were steady now. The tremor from the first day had faded. Tomorrow, I said, mostly to the fire. Scouts report. We move. Benamaru stood at the edge of the light, listening. He didn't interrupt. He didn't leave either. Brother, Veldora said, almost soft.
Yeah. You are doing it,
he said. The thing you wanted. People not dying because someone stronger is bored. I swallowed. The fire heat on my face made my eyes sting. One day at a time, I said. Ranga lifted his head. Sui returns. The air rippled and Sui stepped out. He put a mask on the table. Clay. It still smelled like magic and bad intent. Handler confirmed, he said. Trail to the east. There is a point where the line thickens. Something waits there. How many? I said.
Many,
he said. Enough to feel like a wall. Milim leaned forward, eyes bright. Can I be the hammer? Maybe, I said, tired. Good, she said. Diablo smiled like a man planning a very neat crime. Shall I set the table? Set it, I said. Do not break it. He bowed. Understood. The fire cracked. Someone laughed at a joke across the camp and then hushed when a baby fussed. The sound of wolves breathing came back into the quiet. My shoulders dropped again. Sleep, Seal said. Yeah, I said. Okay. I stood and the world didn't tilt. Progress. I looked up. The stars did what stars always do. They stayed where they were. Tomorrow, I said again. Far off, something old noticed the way the lines had moved on the ground and smiled like this would finally be interesting. Chiap TR4. STRMOF Hanangiar dawn came cold and damp. Breath showed when we spoke. Cook fires were already going. The camp moved quiet, like everyone understood what the day was. We ate standing up. Hard bread, hot broth. No one complained. Ranga sat at my left with steam rising off his fur. Benamaru checked straps, checked blades, checked the people he would take with him. His hands didn't shake. His eyes did. "Report?" I said. Sui stepped out of a shadow that didn't look big enough to hide him. He dropped 3 clay masks on the table we had dragged outside. They looked the same. All cracked in the same spot. All smelled like rotten magic. "Handlers confirmed," he said. "They move with the herd but never touch it. Orders go through intermediaries." "Clayman?" Benamaru asked. He didn't say the name like a question. He said it like a target. "Style matches," Sui said. "Proof later," I said. Stopping now. Seal slid a list into my head. Lines. Supplies. Timing. "All teams are at readiness," she said. Wolves disciplined. Kijin elevated output. Human allies. Outside the line but stable. Gazelle, I said. "He left before light," Sui said. "A smaller escort remains at the forest edge." They will not get underfoot. Veldora popped the last of his bread into his mouth and looked at the sky like it had told a joke. "Today is good weather for yelling." "No yelling," I said. "Some yelling," he said. Milim bounced on her heels, already in the air without meaning to be. "Fighting now?" "In a minute," I said. "We'll finish the plan." Kaijin came in with a crate and a bad mood. He set the crate down and flipped the lid with his boot. Inside were spearheads that matched each other. If one breaks, use the other one. Do not use a stick you found because it feels right. It is not right. I know because I looked at the wood. He jabbed a finger at Xian. "This means you." Xian reached for one anyway. He slapped her hand without looking. She hissed and then smiled at him like she respected him more for it. I looked at the faces in front of me. Goblins trying to stand straight. Ogres who didn't need to try. Dwarves who wanted to prove they were worth the space they took. Wolves who waited for one word. "Listen," I said. "We do this clean. No hero runs. If you get cut, you fall back and get wrapped. Sui and Ranga will pull their line wide. Benamaru hits the head when I say. Hakuro holds the flank and keeps it from folding. Shona keeps people patched and moving. Xian, you keep supplies moving and do not throw anything heavy at a friend." "I will try," she said. "Try hard," I said. "Affirmative," Seal said silently. "I will monitor vitals and warn for collapse." "Veldora," I said without looking at him. "Last button." "Fine?" He said in a tone that said it was not fine. "But when you say push, I push." "When I say push," I said. Diablo smoothed his gloves. "If a whisper presents himself, I will remove him. If you can do it without starting a war with the wrong person," I said. No theatrics. His mouth twisted like I had banned breathing. "Understood." Milim raised her hand like a student. "When do I hit something?" "Third," I said. After Benamaru makes space, she deflated and then snapped back. "Okay." We moved. The march to the ridge felt slow because my head ran faster than my feet. The ground went from soft to rutted to hard. The trees thinned. The sky widened. The smell changed from damp leaf to dry dust and something sweet and rotten. Ranga's tail flicked. "Scouts at edge," he said in my head. "Show me," I said. He sent me a picture that wasn't a picture. Heat and movement laid over ground. The line was a smear of bodies. Big, hungry. Slow until they weren't. The sound came to us a moment later. Boots. Grunts. A low angry hum that wasn't a voice and wasn't wind. We crested the last rise and saw them. The orc army filled the low land like floodwater. Armor that wasn't armor. Clubs. Spears tipped with things that weren't meant to be spearheads. Their eyes were thin with hunger. They moved in clumps that pulled apart and merged again. Flies swarmed. The smell punched the back of my throat. Numbers, I said. Many, Seal said. Enough. Ranga, I said. He went silent and then howled. It started low and pulled up until it cut through everything. His pack answered from the brush, from the shallow gullies, from the line behind us. Wolves broke into pairs and fives and tens and left. They became streaks on either side of the mass. Sui, I said. Already in, he said from nowhere. Benimaru put his hand out. His fingers closed and opened. He wanted to go. He waited. Shields up, Hakaru said, voice flat. A wall of goblins and dwarves lifted what Kaijin had made. He walked down the line and pushed a shoulder here and a foot there until it looked like a wall that wanted to be a wall. The first contact came from the right. Wolves hit a loose group and blew through it. No stopping. Bites at hamstrings and wrists. The group spun, tried to glue itself back together, failed, and chased shadows. On the left, Sui's people cut ropes I couldn't see, and the herd turned without meaning to. Pressure moving away from a farm road that would have taken them straight to fields. I stepped up, and the world went tight. I pushed down what I could. Hold, I said, calm and too loud, and the front line held. An orc bigger than the rest ran at us screaming. Sheehan grabbed a spear the right way this time and let him run onto it. The sound was bad and real. She flinched, then pushed until he dropped. She panted and stared at her hands, then snapped herself back and moved to the next gap. Benimaru looked at me. Go, I said. He didn't roar. He didn't give a speech. He went. Kijin moved with him. His first cut took 3 bodies, because they were standing too close. His second cut set a line on fire. The fire was dark and quiet and ate without mess. The orcs behind the burning ones ran into the ones in front and fell and got up and fell again. Hakaru called small orders that sounded like questions and made people move like answers. Left foot. Now? Stuck. Down. His sword work was small and perfect. Ranga hit a knot and scattered it. He didn't chase. He turned and hit again at a different angle. Wolves learned fast. The line shifted and tried to find a path around us. Sui opened ground where we wanted it and closed where we didn't. Every time a mask appeared near the back, a shadow put a knife into the right place and the mask dropped. Not all of them. Enough. I watched the head. It was a mass inside the mass. The air over it looked wrong. Seal marked it with a fine white dot in my sight so I wouldn't have to pretend I wasn't using help. Disaster state forming, she said. Starvation greed threading? Cut it, I said. Not yet, she said. You will need the signature to lock a cure. I hate this language, I said. I will translate later, she said. The head turned toward us. I felt it notice me. It moved faster. The bodies in front of it became a ramp for the body at the center. The thing on top of the ramp stood up. The orc disaster was bigger, but not just bigger. The hunger in it was a weight. Its skin was stretched over a shape that grew wrong and kept growing. Its eyes were knife-thin and empty. Its mouth opened and strings of spit swung. It breathed and the air smelled like old meat. Benimaru set his feet. Then he looked at me again. I've got it, I said. He nodded once and stepped aside without losing face. That small move told the whole line what this was. The disaster came on and swung a club the size of a tree. I lifted my hand and put void between the club and the world. The club hit nothing and broke. The broken pieces hit the ground hard enough to throw dust. The thing looked at the stump in its hand and screamed. The scream wasn't just loud, it hit bone. Goblins flinched and dropped shields. Wolves shook their heads like something stung inside them. "Hold that line," I said, sharp. Hakuro was already there, putting hands on shoulders, lifting shields with his own blade until they remembered how to hold their arms. The disaster charged. I stepped in. We met chest to hand. I didn't push hard, I pushed right. It went sideways, ran through its own people, crushed them, and came back angrier. "Master," Seal said, "you may end it now. The more it fights, the more it eats. The stronger it gets." "I know," I said. I didn't move. The disaster swung again. I put a wall where it would hit so it broke its wrist. It screamed again. Saliva sprayed. Blood dripped and steamed. Not crimson liquid, blood, real and metallic in the air. I took one step and put my hand on its face. Its skin burned my palm. Its breath was hot. It tried to bite me. I pushed void through my fingers until it stopped moving. I didn't erase the head. I erased the noise around the skull until it couldn't make the wrong shape anymore. It sagged. I let it drop to one knee. The orcs around us stopped moving like someone had chopped a rope they were all tied to. Benamaru's breath came in hard pulls. His eyes were on the thing's neck. His hand was already up for the cut. "Wet," I said. He didn't hear me the first time. "Killed our father," he said. His voice shook the word father like it was a wound. "Ate because someone fed him wrong," I said. "Look." I pushed my will into the ruin I was holding and opened the path to the mind Seal had marked. It didn't feel like mine. It felt like a room with no light that still had shapes in it. Seal steadied me. "Locking trace," she said. "Memories hid in flashes. A village shrinking day by day. People laying down and not getting up. Bones pushing at skin. A hand with a ring that had a tiny symbol carved where no one would see it unless they were looking for it. Promises. Lies. A crowd told they could be saved if they swallowed what would kill them. A mask on a face untouched by hunger. The thing under my hand made a small noise that wasn't a roar. It sounded like a person being sorry. "Gelled," I said, and I didn't know why I knew the name until it hit back from the mind like an echo. Benamaru still held the blade. Shona's hand was on his forearm. She wasn't strong enough to stop him. She didn't let go anyway. "He will not stop," Benamaru said. "Monsters do not stop." "I will make him stop," I said. "How many did he kill?" he said. He said it like a count he was carving into wood. "Enough to fill your head," I said. "Killing him does not clean the number. It only takes him out of the way. It does not set anything right." Rigard was crying and didn't hide it. Wolves panted and licked blood from their teeth and watched us because this was pack business now. "Master," Seal said, "protocol available. I can isolate the introduced thread and burn it out. Survival chance is high. Memory retention. Partial pain," I said. "Yes," she said. "Do it," I said. Benamaru looked like he wanted to cut me instead. Then he let his hand drop and stepped back one step. His breath came in rough. "If he rises and kills one of mine." "I know," I said. "I will take that on me." I put both hands on the side of Geld's head. His skin was hot enough to blister. I felt my own flesh cook and heal and cook again. I didn't pull back. "Begin," Seal said. "Void is simple when you let it be. It erases." This time I told it to erase only one thing. Seal held the shape of the sickness in my mind, so I wouldn't touch anything else. It was like pulling a barbed wire out of meat that didn't want to give it up. Geld thrashed. The army around us flinched like the movement ran through them on a chain. "Hold him," Hakaru said. 3 Kijin and 2 wolves pressed in and pinned the things that could swing. The smell got worse. My hands slipped. I adjusted. I kept my grip until the last notch of the wire pulled free and snapped. The sound was inside my ears. The world went quiet in a way that made me dizzy. Geld collapsed forward onto his hands. He threw up. It wasn't food. It was black mess and air. He gagged and kept going until there was nothing left. I let go. My skin smoked and then smoothed. My stomach rolled. I swallowed and breathed slow. Geld crawled and then stopped and pressed his forehead into the dirt. He tried to talk and made more air than sound. The words finally came as a rasp.
"Kill me,"
he said. "Please."
"Shut up,"
I said. "That's the easy way." You don't get the easy way. You get to work. He didn't lift his head. He swallowed. "I remember enough." "Good," I said. "You own it. You carry it. You fix what you can and face what you can't. If you run, I will erase the place you think you can run to. Do you understand me?" He pressed his head harder into the ground.
"Yes."
"Say your name," I said. "Geld," he said. It sounded like a bad tooth getting pulled, and he was the dentist and the tooth. "Stand up," I said. He pushed. His arms shook. He got to his knees and then his feet and swayed. He kept his eyes down. Benimaru stared at him. The scar called Father sat between them like a third person. "I won't ask you to forgive him," I said to Benimaru. "I won't ask you to like him. I am telling you he is useful, and I am telling you I made a call. You can be mad at me later. For now we use what we saved." Benimaru's jaw worked. He nodded once. "I will be mad later," he said. "That's fine," I said. The army didn't move. The hunger quieted but didn't stop. The handlers saw their disaster drop and started to pull back. "Sui," I said.
"On them,"
he said. "Diablo?" I said. "At your service," he said from my other side, because he hadn't been there a second ago, and now he was. "Bring me one," I said. "Mouth closed until I say open," he bowed. "With pleasure." Milim, who had been vibrating like a kettle since I told her to wait, hopped once in place. Now, I said. She went up, and then down, and the ground jumped when she landed in the middle of a tight cluster. She tapped 3 skulls with 2 fingers each, and the bodies fell like someone had cut strings. She laughed and went to the next knot. Veldora watched with his arms folded and a serious face he didn't use often. "She is careful," he said, surprised and pleased. "She has to be." "Kaijin will yell," I said. "Correct," Kaijin said from behind me. He had blood on his sleeve and looked mad about the stain, not the blood. We pushed the army sideways off the farm road and into a dry wash where the ground would hold them for a while. Then we broke it. Not all of it. Enough. We pulled the wolves back when tongues went too dry. We rotated the goblins out when their arms shook and put fresh ones in. We didn't chase. We didn't get greedy. When the handlers tried to blow a horn, Sui cut the horn and they choked on air. When one ran, Diablo appeared in front of him and bowed and put him to sleep with a touch. By late afternoon the fight had gone from a roar to a steady, hard push. The bodies of the dead were heavy and everywhere. The flies were worse. People coughed because of dust and smoke and whatever the disaster had breathed out. "Stop," I said. We hold this line until morning. Benimaru looked like he wanted to argue. He didn't. He dropped to sit like his legs had been waiting for permission. Shona moved like clean water through mud. She wrapped arms and washed cuts and put water to lips that barely parted. She made people eat whether they wanted to or not. She talked in a voice that kept shaking hands, doing what they needed to do. Ranga lay down with the pack in a ring and twitched in his sleep like he was still running. Sui didn't sleep. He watched the edges. Hakuro ate half a bowl and closed his eyes sitting up, and then opened them again when someone moved wrong. We dragged the handler Diablo brought to a post and tied him there. He woke once, saw me, and wet himself. He tried to hide it. He failed. Diablo looked at me, eyebrows up. I shook my head. Later, Geld sat alone. He didn't ask for food. Shona took a bowl to him and didn't ask if he wanted it. He ate slow without tasting it. When he was done, he held the bowl like he didn't know where to put his hands if he let go. I checked the line. People were alive who would not have been. People were dead who had names. We marked the dead with simple flags so we wouldn't lose them in the dark. We stacked weapons that could be used tomorrow. We threw away the ones that would break in a hand. "Master," Seal said, "your output is steady. Your hands will blister if you insist on moving bodies personally." "I can heal them," I said. "That is not the point," she said. "I know," I said, and kept moving bodies until Kaijin told me to stop because I was putting them in a place he wanted to build a ramp in the morning. Night came fast. Fires went up in controlled lines. The smell of fat and ash settled. Wolves rotated to watch. Goblins huddled in groups and talked under breath. No one laughed loud. No one sang. I sat with Benimaru because I didn't want him to sit with the picture in his head alone. His eyes were on the fire. He didn't move when I sat. He didn't move for a while after. "I should have cut him," he said. "You would have felt good for 10 seconds, I said. Then it would have felt the same as before. He ate my father," he said. He said it plain. Not a metaphor. A fact. "I know," I said. "I will not ask you to make it smaller. I am asking you to be bigger than the one who fed him the wrong thing." He wiped his face with the back of his hand. He looked like a child for a second, and then the second left. "We will kill the other one?" he said. "Yes," I said. We were quiet. Sparks went up and disappeared. The heat felt good on my skin. The ground under my boots felt like ground. Not a line I was about to fall off. "Guy Crimson will hear about this," Veldora said as he dropped into the light. He had 2 bowls and gave one to Benimaru without asking. "He hears about everything when it is loud enough." "Let him hear," I said. "He will come," Veldora said. "I know," I said. Veldora grinned. "Or yell." "Maybe yell," I said. He leaned back and looked at the stars. "I like today." "You like every day we hit something," I said. "True," he said. "Also, you did not let Milim break anything important." Milim lay on her back a few steps away, staring up at the sky like she was trying to count it. "I was careful," she said. "You were?" I said. "Thank you." She smiled like a child who got praised, and then pretended she didn't care. "Tomorrow we hit again." "Tomorrow we hold," I said. "Then we push the rest away from the road and send them to the open place with water and grass. They will eat there without eating people." "That's boring," she said. "It is the point," I said. She sighed and rolled over and went to sleep like someone who could fight a city and nap after. Diablo stood at the edge of the firelight, with his hands folded behind him and his eyes on the handler. His smile was polite and patient and promised a conversation the handler would not enjoy. "Tomorrow," I said to him. "Yes, master," he said. Gazel came up out of the dark with one guard. He didn't bring a crowd. He didn't bring a banner. He squatted like a man who had done it on other nights after other fights. He took in the dead flags and the lines and the wolves and the handler tied to the post. "You did not chase," he said. I said. "You did not burn the fields?" he said. "No," I said. He nodded once. "Good." He pointed with his chin at Geld. "That one." "Saved," I said. He grunted. "That will cost you later." "I know," I said. He looked at Benimaru. "You didn't cut him." Benimaru looked back without standing. "Not today?" Gazel's mouth did that almost smile that meant respect. "Good." He stood. "I will send carts for bodies. We will bury our own and the ones who came with us. The rest are yours. We will build a pyre," I said. "Use dry wood," he said and left. Advice that sounded dumb until you heard the fires that burned wrong. I slept in pieces. Seal tapped me awake when a line shifted. Ranga bumped my boot when a wolf needed a word. Shuna put a blanket over my lap at some point because she was nice like that, and because I forgot I could make heat with a thought. Morning came gray. We pushed the rest of the herd out of the road. We opened a path to the place with water. The handlers were gone except for the one Diablo had tied down with thread I couldn't see and probably didn't want to. We stood the handler up. He shook like a rabbit. Diablo loosened the threads at his mouth. "Name," I said. He said nothing. Diablo twitched one finger and the man's jaw opened. The sound that came out was a squeal. "Name," I said again. "Be Beryl," he said. "Who gave the orders?" I said. He swallowed 3 times like water wouldn't go down. "A lord," he said. I don't know names. We were told where to go. We were told what to say. We were told to make them eat." "How?" I said. He looked at the ground. "We brought food. We brought powder. We said it was blessed, they." He stopped. He squeezed his eyes shut. "Police." "Who handed you the powder?" I said. "A man in a white mask," he said. He didn't talk to us. He talked to the one above me, threads in his hands like. He mimed pulling something tight. His fingers shook. I didn't want to look. "Clayman," Diablo said lightly. "Likely," Suiai said from the air. I stepped in. The handler flinched like I had kicked him. I did not touch him. "You will take a message," I said. "You will carry it to the man with the threads. You will say this exactly. You threw hunger at my door. I am throwing you a clock. It is running. Come talk before it hits 0. He didn't understand. He nodded anyway, because not nodding seemed dumber. "Let him go," I said. Diablo cut a thread I couldn't see. The handler ran and fell and got up and ran again. He did not look back. Geld stood in front of me when the man disappeared into the brush. He stood straight even though his body didn't like it. He looked at my feet when he spoke. "Order," he said. "Police." "You will gather the ones who are left," I said. "You will head east. You will not step on farms. You will not cut fences. You will not steal. If someone offers food, you will say thank you. If no one offers, you will eat grass. You will make camp by water and wait. We will bring supplies. You will dig latrines where Shona tells you to dig them, and you will keep the camp clean or I will personally make you scrub every rock in the river." He nodded through all of it like each word was a weight he agreed to carry. "I will do it." "If anyone breaks my rules," I said, "you break them back."
Yes,
he said. "Rigard," I said. "Pick goblins you trust to walk with them and count. Not to boss, to count." "I want numbers."
yes.
he said. Benamaru stepped close. His voice was low enough that it was almost a growl. "If he runs." "I know," I said. We moved again. Less running. More lifting. We stacked bodies. We burned what we had to. We stood quiet while flames did what they do. We didn't make speeches. People murmured the names they knew. Wolves watched the smoke. Millims stood still for once. By noon the field looked like a place where work had happened. The smell would be here for days. It would go into the ground. Plants would pull it up later and turn it into something that grew. It wasn't poetry. It was how things worked. "Guy Crimson," Veldora said again, more certain now, like the thought had circled his head and landed. "He will not wait long." "Good," I said. "I do not like long waits. Do you want me to call him?" Milim said. "Too casual." "No," I said. "He knows." A breeze moved over the field and took some of the heat sideways. People started talking like people again instead of like soldiers. Kaijin came by with a list and a headache. "You need carts, wheels, axles that don't cry. I will teach them. I need iron. If you give me raw ore, I will make something worth using. If you give me junk, I will make you eat it." "I will not give you junk," I said. "You will try," he said. Shuna brought me water. I drank. My hands shook now. The tremor I could ignore during the fight wanted attention. I let it have a minute. "Sit," she said. "I have to." "Sit," she said again. And I sat because she used the voice that made people who were bleeding lay down on the right side so she could wrap them. "Master," Seal said. "I have a note." "Go," I said. "Guy Crimson has moved," she said. Signature shift small. "Direction here?" I sighed. "Of course." Veldora grinned so wide it looked like it hurt. "Yelling weather," he said again. "Maybe talking," I said. "Maybe yelling," he said. Sui stepped out of nothing and set a neat, folded piece of black cloth on my knee. I didn't ask where it came from. He didn't tell me. "It was on the wind," he said. "A calling card." I unfolded it, a simple symbol stitched in red thread. 2 lines crossed by 1 line. The stitch work was perfect. No phrase. No wasted thread.
He knows how to sew,
Kaijin said, looking over my shoulder. "At least there's that." I stood. My legs held. "Good, everyone," I said, loud enough without shouting. Heads turned. Conversations clipped off. We did the hard part. We hold today. We rebuild tomorrow. We get visits soon. Be ready to stand nice and straight and not throw anything unless I say throw. Shion groaned. "Especially you," I said. She grinned. "I know." I looked out over the ruined field, at the controlled lines of smoke, at the wolves sleeping with their noses on their paws, at the Kijin moving like they had more in the tank and chose not to use it, at the dwarves arguing about angle and load. I wanted a quiet life. I said under my breath. "You are very bad at quiet," Veldora said cheerfully. I laughed once short. "Yeah." We packed what we could. We marked what needed fixing. We wrote down what we would forget if we didn't write it down. I checked Geld one more time. He met my eyes for a second and then looked down. It was enough for now. By late afternoon we were moving back toward camp. The sky went from hard blue to softer. The line of trees ahead looked like shelter, not like a wall. "Master," Seal said. "Final note for this cycle. Go," I said. "Guy Crimson will arrive at dusk," she said, "with 2 attendants. Both dangerous, both polite." "Good," I said. "We will be polite too, until we yell," Veldora said. "Until we yell," I said. We walked into the trees. The light shifted green. The camp smell hit, smoke and stew and wet rope. People looked up when we came in, and you could see it hit them we were here. And so were they, and that was the point. I washed my hands. The water ran brown and then pink and then clear. My fingers were wrinkled and raw. I dried them and flexed. "They hurt. It was fine. Eat," Shuna said, handing me a bowl. "Yes," I said, and did. "Rest now," Seal said. "In a minute," I said. I looked at the sky through the branches. Clouds stacked on the horizon, the kind that catch sunset and throw it back. "Dusk," I said. Ranga raised his head. "I will be at your side." "I know," I said. Benimaru stood with his hands behind his back and watched the path. He didn't smile. He didn't scowl. He was ready. Milim rocked on her heels. "Do I have to be polite?" "Yes," I said. She made a face. "Fine." Veldora rolled his shoulders. "I will say something impressive." "Don't roar," I said. "I will roar later," he said. I breathed in smoke and stew and damp earth and the faint tang of blood that no one talked about. I let it all sit in my chest. "Okay," I said. "Let's meet a demon lord." The shadows got longer. The light went soft. And the air changed, the way it does when something old and sure of itself steps into a room. Footsteps on the packed dirt, slow and careful. A man's voice, amused and sharp. "So this is the place that thinks it can move the board. CHTR 5. THE Kramsis Galardas TS dusk turned the camp the color of cooling steel. Footsteps came soft on packed dirt. No hurry. Ranga lifted his head. Benimaru shifted his weight without thinking. Milim stopped rocking on her heels and grinned like she'd been waiting for a toy to arrive. Veldora stood up straight. Then remembered I'd told him not to roar and only smiled. The man who walked into the light wore black, like it belonged to him. Red hair. Eyes that said he could wait a very long time and wouldn't get bored. 2 attendants followed. One with green hair, tidy and calm. One with blue hair, smile like a knife with a cloth over it. They looked at everything once and logged it. "Guy Crimson," Veldora said, pleased. "The board shows up when the pieces move." Guy's mouth tugged. "Storm Dragon." Olive and smug. "Good evening." His eyes slid to me. "And you." The new weight on the table. He looked me up and down like a craftsman checks a blade. "You are not a rumor." "I'm Veldara," I said. "Welcome to my bad timing." "Good timing," he said. He looked past me at the controlled burn lines and the flags over the dead and the wolves lying with their noses on their paws, but watching. "You did not make a mess to prove a point. That makes you rare." Milim hopped once. "Guy, he's fun. Bossy, but nice." He said. "Hello, Milim. Do not break anything until we decide what to break." She sighed. "Everyone keeps saying that." Guy stopped at arm's length. Not closer. Not farther. He lifted a hand. I took it. His grip said he didn't need to prove anything. Heat came off him like a forge that never cooled. "Business," he said. "Business." I said. "We set chairs because Kaijin would yell if we didn't sit like normal people for talks." He brought a table that didn't wobble and put it down with a sound that said, "Use this right." A gazelle arrived with 1 guard and no banners. He nodded at Guy like a man who respects an earthquake and still builds on the fault line. Diablo stood behind my right shoulder, hands folded, eyes bright. Sui was a blur at the edge of vision. Shona poured water. Benamaru stood still and ready. Guy didn't drink. He looked at the cup and then at me. You freed Veldora. You named demons. You moved an army without turning farms to ash. You pulled a disaster apart and left a commander alive. Bold. For a new thing? A person, I said. Not a thing. He studied my face. Useful correction. He laced his fingers. Hair is the problem. Your presence changes balance. Balance keeps the world from eating itself for sport. When a new weight drops, I ask questions. Ask, I said. What are you? He said. True dragon. Veldora said for me. Vood. Guy flicked a glance and Veldora actually stopped talking. That told me a lot. I kept it simple. I'm Satoru. I got killed. I woke up like this. I want a place that doesn't get bullied. I want trade roads and fewer funerals. I don't want your chair. Guy watched me, then watched my people. Shona's hands steady on the jug. Benamaru's jaw working when he wasn't speaking. Gazel resting 2 fingers on a map he didn't unroll. Milim on the table edge, feet swinging. Diablo breathing like he didn't need air. You understand cost, he said at last. Good, then take responsibility. Call a Walpurgis now. Veldora blinked. Here. Guy's mouth said yes without moving. Informal. Fast. They will send bodies or voices. They will look. They will hear. You will say what you intend and accept the bill. Gazel's eyes narrowed. You would drag demon lords here while my men sleep in the trees. They will be polite, Guy said. Or I will make them polite. Milim clapped. Party. I rubbed my face. Seal. Feasibility. High, she said in my head. I can stabilize a bounded space. I recommend a perimeter and the removal of flammables. Kajin. I called. He walked over with a look that said he already hated this idea. Don't touch my beams. We're holding a meeting that shouldn't be held outdoors, I said. Make us a floor nobody can trip on. He jerked his chin, whistled 3 dwarves over, and started dragging planks like he meant it. Wolves helped, tails up. Guy snapped his fingers once. The air folded like cloth. A circle opened above the square. Not high, not low. The light inside it was wrong in a clean way. Sharp. Not dangerous unless you stepped stupid. Names came with pressure. Not as heavy as Guy. Heavy enough. Clayman's smug weight-wearing perfume. Frey's cool wind. Carrion's hot iron. One more that stayed behind a curtain and watched without saying hello. Welcome, Guy said. No warmth. Just the word. Milim waved. Hi, everyone! Milim? Frey's voice said from the opening. Behave. I am behaving, she said. She pointed at me. He made me. Clayman's projection stepped clear of the circle, mask white, posture perfect. He looked around like a man shopping for excuses. His eyes held on the tied post where Diablo's threads had been and on the ashes beyond the ridge. This is improper, he said. Walpurgis is not called by. It is when I am bored, Guy said. Stand there. Speak when I point. Clayman stood where Guy pointed. Carrion stepped out, big and solid. He nodded to Veldora and to Milim and gave me one long look that wasn't hostile. Frey's voice stayed filtered. She chose not to appear fully. Sensible. Begin, Guy said, turning his palm toward me like he was laying a job on the table. I stood. My knees didn't shake. Good. I'm Veldara, I said. I freed Veldora. I'm building a country that doesn't bleed for sport. I won't kneel. I won't chase power for fun. If you leave my people alone, I'll leave yours alone. If you push into the lands I protect to make a point, I'll push back until you regret the point." Clayman laughed like a bad actor. "You speak like a merchant who learned new words."
This is monster politics, not a market.
"Markets feed people," I said. "Your politics kill them to feel tall." Milam snorted. Clayman spread his hands. "So rude. And yet, I smell demon on your camp." "Primordial demon." His eyes slid to Diablo. "Noir, really. How very wasteful. Does he belong to you?" Diablo asked, polite. Clayman's smile tightened. "No." "Then you do not get an opinion," Diablo said and went quiet again. Guy didn't look at Diablo. He watched me. "Your conditions." "Mutual defense with the Dwarf King," I said. Gazelle didn't blink. "Open trade. I'll patrol the border I drew with him." "You don't walk armies through here without talking first." "I don't send mine at you for fun." We settle disputes at a table before we test steel. Carrion scratched his jaw. "Simple? Works," Frey said. "If people keep their toys on their own lawns." Clayman clicked his tongue. "And who enforces your lawn?" "Amei," I said. He laughed again. Adorable. His eyes cut to Benamaru. "How is your father?" Benamaru didn't move. The heat of his anger rolled off him in waves. Shona's hand touched his wrist once and stayed there. "Don't," I said to Clayman. "Not today." "Why not?" he said. "Will your pet demon scowl me to death?" "I will not," I said. "Because I told him not to. I don't need him for you." Guy lifted his hand a hair. "No baiting." "Clayman, state your issue." "An unknown claims territory by freeing a disaster and naming demons," Clayman said smoothly. "Hay embarrasses us in front of the Western nations by playing king with dwarves. He pulls a disaster apart and then refuses to finish it. He rewards an orc criminal with life. This is weakness in clothes." "Or control," Frey said. "He is standing where his people can touch him." "That was a choice." Carrion grunted. "He just fought an army." He's still talking in full sentences. "That's worth more than postures." Guy's eyes went half-lidded. "Here is my test." He pointed at the ash line and then at the tide post. "You have two problems. A herd that needed pushing. A snake that needed a head cut. You pushed, and you took the head and left the body. Tell me why." "Because the herd eats if you point it where the grass is," I said. "And because the head wasn't the mind. Someone else pulled the rope. Killing the head felt good and did nothing. I like things that work." Guy's mouth tilted. "Who holds the rope?" "Masked men," Sui said from nowhere. He placed one of the cracked masks on the table. "Powder in the bread, hooks in the soul." Clayman's fingers twitched, small, fast. Diablo saw it and smiled without teeth. Guy didn't look at the mask. "If I tell you to break a kingdom that throws bodies to feed a story, will you do it?" "I will remove the person who throws," I said, "and break the table they use. And if I tell you to kneel to keep the peace." "I don't kneel," I said. "I talk. Then I act." Gizel's mouth did that not smile again. Guy leaned back. The attendants didn't move. A Milim chewed on a fingernail and then remembered she wasn't supposed to and took her hand away. "Fine," Guy said. "Recognition. You are a true dragon, and you are acting like a lord. You will be treated as such. That means invitations. It also means blame. When something breaks near you, you fix it." "I'm already fixing it," I said. "You will do more," he said. He turned his head a fraction. Clayman, if you test him with puppets again, I will be bored. When I am bored, I am cruel. Clayman bowed with perfect angles. I would never bore you. Liar, Milim said. Clayman's smile stayed in place. Milim, dear, you used to be more agreeable. I got better friends, she said. Guy stood. The air eased like a hand letting go. Meeting adjourned. He looked at me. One more thing. Go on, I said. You took the storm dragon's name, he said. You took demons into your house. You took a herd's guilt and called it work. You are building something. Do not pretend it is small. If you act small, others will decide your size for you. I know what I am, I said. I'm trying to choose what I do with it. Good answer, he said. We will talk soon. Bring better chairs. Kajin, from behind me, bring fewer demons. Guy actually laughed. Short reel. He lifted a hand. The circle folded up. Frey's presence slipped away. Carrion saluted once and vanished. Clayman took an extra second to meet Diablo's eyes, then left too. The space closed. Camp sounds came back like someone turned volume up. Wolves shook themselves. People let out breaths they didn't know they were holding. Gazel rolled his shoulders. I hate your friends, he said to me. They're not my friends, I said. Good, he said. He pointed at the mask. Burn that. And wash your hands after touching anything that looks like it. He snapped his fingers at his guard. Wago. When they were gone, I sat. My knees decided to shake now that they were allowed. Shona put a cup in my hands. Hot, bitter, good. Milim slid into the chair next to me and leaned her head on my shoulder like we'd known each other since we were kids. That went great, she said. You didn't get to punch anyone, I said. I know, she said. Boring. But good. Veldora flopped onto a crate that shouldn't have held him and did. I liked the part where he threatened Clayman. Guy is very efficient at threats. Diablo adjusted his cuff. May I be efficient at something. Lighter, I said. Gladly, he said. Sui's eyes moved once. Handlers scattered. Some went to ground. One runs for the marsh road. Let him, I said. I want the message to travel. Benimaru exhaled through his teeth. I wanted blood. I got words. You'll get both, I said. Just not in the wrong order. He nodded once. We ate because Shona told us to and because the bowls were in our hands. Food tasted like salt and smoke and relief. The camp shifted it into night rhythm. Patrols, quiet talk, fixing straps, cleaning blades with the same care you use to pet a good dog. Master, Seal said. 2 notes. First, your stress indicators are elevated. Second, eye signature approaches, small, human. Fire aspect unstable. I set the bowl down. Direction? West path, Sui said, already turning. Veldora stood. Trouble? Maybe, I said. We went to the path with a small group. Me, Veldora, Benimaru, Shona, Ranga at my hip. Sui in the dark, Diablo because he was already there. We heard the footsteps first. Fast, then slower, then a stagger. Breathing that had too much heat in it. The smell hit next. Burnt leather, sand from a different place, a spirit's bite. A figure stepped into the edge of light. A woman in a black bodysuit and torn cloak, short dark hair. A white half, mask hanging from her neck on a string that had almost snapped. Her eyes were fever bright. Heat shimmered around her like a bad summer road. She saw Veldora and flinched, then saw me and stopped flinching. She looked down at the ground like she was trying to remember a script, and then gave up and spoke plain. Please, she said. Her voice was rough. There's a fire inside me I can't put out. Someone told me to find the dragon in the forest. Her gaze went past me like it could see a tall boy with blonde hair and a ruined city. Have you seen a man with gold eyes who thinks he's a god? Benimaru's hand went to his sword, because the heat rose in a rush. Shona stepped forward with a wet cloth-like instinct. Veldora leaned in, then stopped, then leaned back like he'd learned caution this week. Name, I said, calm and slow.
Ozawa Shizu.
She said. She swayed. Shizu, Leon Cromwell sent me a long time ago. I ran out of time. She pressed her fist to her chest and hissed like she'd touched a stove. Fritz laughing. Seal's voice came steady in my head. Spirit identification Ifrit. Host instability critical. Extraction possible. Risk high. Shizu looked at me like a person drowning looks at a shore. Can you help me? She said. Not dramatic, just a question. I stepped in and put my hand out. She flinched once, then put her palm in mine. Her skin was burning. My skin smoked. I didn't let go. I can try, I said. Bring her, I told Shuna. Clear the healer tent. Diablo. Keep people out. Sui, find buckets. A lot. We walked her into the light. People looked up, and then looked away because the heat in the air stung. The kids were moved without fuss. Wolves made a space and didn't need orders to do it. Shizu held my hand like it was a handle to hang on. Sorry, she murmured, for the trouble. It's fine, I said. We like trouble that comes with a name. Veldora looked at the half, mask on her chest, and exhaled through his nose. Old stories loop, he said. Milim hovered in the doorway and didn't rush in for once. Is she going to explode? No, I said. Not if we move fast. Master, Seal said. Procedure ready. I will talk you through it. Good, I said. Benimaru stood guard like the tent flap was a throne room door. Shuna rolled up her sleeves. Sui set buckets in a line and vanished again. Diablo set his shoulders and became a wall with a smile. I looked down at Shizu. Sweat ran into her eyes, and she blinked it away without complaining. We'll handle it, I said. I promise. She laughed once, weak. Don't make promises you can't keep. I don't. I sat outside. Night settled hard. The last light left the trees. Somewhere far away, a man in white gloves and a perfect coat lifted his head like he'd heard a string pulled tight. We closed the tent. Heat rolled under the canvas. Seal's voice counted down. Master. Begin. CHTR 6. AFLMSOFTHE pest heat pressed under the canvas. Shizu lay on the cot with her jaw tight and her hands fisted in the blanket. Steam rolled off her skin like she'd stepped out of a furnace. The half-mask lay on the stool next to us. The string was scorched. Shona set out bowls of water and clean cloths. Tell me what you need, she said. Buckets. Line of them? I said. Cold, if you can get it. Sui slid a flap aside, and 3 goblins hurried in with more water. Diablo stood in the doorway with a smile that kept people from entering by mistake. Seal's voice was steady in my head. Host state critical. Ifrit's core is fused to the astral body at 4 points. Recommended plan: isolate the foreign thread, cut at anchors, extract, stabilize core, and then transfer to a control vessel. Translation, I said. Pull the spirit out without breaking the person, she said. Good, I said. Shizu sucked a breath through her teeth. Sorry. It keeps pushing. If I pass out, it will take more. You won't pass out, I said. You'll yell at me instead. She tried to smile. Bossy. Hold still, I said. I took her hand. Heat bit into my palm. My skin bubbled and healed and bubbled again. I didn't let go. Begin? Seal said. I will guide you. I tapped the void in me and narrowed it until it was small enough to thread a needle. I set my other hand against Shizu's sternum. Her heartbeat pounded hard and fast. The air smelled like hot iron and sand. Anchor 1, Seal said. Left lung. Thread depth, shallow. Cut clean. I slid void in like a thin blade and touched the place Seal marked. The heat under my hand kicked. Shizu arched and swore. Shona held her shoulders down and didn't flinch when her skin singed. Anchor 2, Seal said. Solar plexus. I cut again. Ifrit roared inside the tent without using sound. The canvas snapped like wind hit it. Outside, wolves growled and then went quiet when Ranga barked once. Shizu's eyes found mine and held.
Keep talking,
she said. Anything? She said. Not fire. Okay, I said. I hate paperwork. She made a sound that was half laugh, half pain. I was a teacher. Paperwork is my life. Anchor 3, Seal said, right clavicle. This one is deep. Be precise. I pushed it. My fingers shook. Shizu's nails dug into my wrist. The smell went sharp. Cloth smoked. Almost, I said. Anchor 4, Seal said. Spine, between T7 and T8. If you slip, paralysis risk is high. Don't slip, I said to myself. I built a frame of nothing around the thread so it couldn't jump. I cut. The heat under my hand dropped a degree. Shizu's breath hitched and then steadied. Anchors severed, Seal said. Extract. I closed my hand and pulled. Something came with it. Not flesh, not smoke. A core the size of a fist, red and angry, fought my grip. Fire ran up my arm in a bright line. I held on. The tent glowed. Contain? Seal said. I wrapped the core in a shell of void. It hit the shell and flared and then sat there, trapped, burning without fuel. Shizu sagged. Sweat ran into her eyes. She blinked slow. Is it out? Yes, I said. I've got him. Stabilize? Seal said. Option 1 dismissed to spirit nest. Option 2 destroy. Option 3 tame and bind. Shizu watched the glow through her lashes. Don't kill it, please. It kept me alive longer than I deserved. Then we do 3, I said. Veldora pushed his head inside the flap and made the tent look small. Do you require a dragon? Don't sneeze, I said. He stopped breathing for a second and then started again carefully. Protocol, Seal said. Name and bind. I looked at the shell in my hand. Ifrit, I said. You got dragged into a job you didn't pick. You burned the wrong things because someone pointed you wrong. That ends here. You can go and be nothing, or you can serve under rules. No eating hosts, no uncontrolled burns. You fight when I say fight. You sleep when I say sleep. Choose. The core pulsed. Stubborn as a bad habit. Shizu's fingers squeezed mine weakly. Hez proud, she whispered. Talk like you mean it. I already did, I said. I pressed my will in and left no gaps. Ifrit? Choose. The light dimmed. It held. Then it flickered. Then it sank like someone had shut a door. When I pulled the shell away, the core that sat there was smaller and solid. The heat eased from a scream to a hum. Bound? Seal said. State. Obedient. I set the core in a vessel Shuna had placed without needing to ask. It looked like glass and acted like a rock. Shizu let out a long breath that shook on the way out. She stared at the tent roof and smiled like she didn't know how to yet. It's quiet, she said. Drink? Shuna said, lifting her head and tipping water to her mouth. Shizu sipped, coughed, sipped again. Her hands unclenched one finger at a time. I sat back on my heels. My hands shook now that we were done. The skin on my palms was pink and tight. Rest, Jill said. Both of you. Later, I said. We have guests coming. Sui's shadow moved. Already here. The tent flap opened. A woman in white and silver stepped in without asking. Short hair. Eyes like polished steel. 5 knights in the same colors stayed outside because Diablo's smile told them to. Hinata? Shizu said, voice small and raw. Hinata Sakaguchi looked down at her and did not let anything show on her face. Then her jaw flexed once and stopped. She turned to me. You are the dragon, she said. Yes, I said. You took Ifrit out, she said. Yes, I said. She glanced at the vessel on the stool. What did you do with it? Bound it, I said. House-trained. Her mouth twitched like she almost smiled and decided not to. I came to kill it, she said. And you, if needed. I figured, I said. She stepped closer. The heat that used to come off Shizu rolled off Hinata like a memory. Is she free? Yes, I said. Shuna moved between them without thinking. She needs time. Hinata stopped. She didn't try to push through. She looked at Shona like she had a ledger open and found a number she respected. I won't touch her. Good, Shuna said. Hinata turned back to me. Outside, she said. Would talk where blades can move. We went out into the chill. The camp watched without staring. Ranga paced 3 steps and then sat like he was trying to be polite. Veldora folded his arms. Milim perched on a cart. Gazelle had "Do not get involved" written all over him and stayed anyway. State your case, Hinata said. You brought paladins to burn a camp that just fought an army, I said. You're late. I brought a blade to cut a fire demon and a monster that plays king, she said. I was on time for that? Try it, Veldora said helpfully. Don't, I said. Hinata's eyes cut to him and back. I don't fight dragons unless they make me. Smart, Veldora said. You'd lose, she ignored him. Your existence breaks the church's stories, she said to me. True dragons are disasters. The Holy Church protects people from disasters. This is clean. Then you free one and do not burn a nation. This is not clean. I'm not here to make your job easy, I said. I'm here to make roads. She studied my face like she could scrape off a lie with her eyes. You talk like a man, she said. Monster. I was one, I said. Still am. I just have scales in the morning and too much power and a headache. She breathed out slow. I need to see your worst, she said. You don't, I said. I do, she said. Or I have to try to kill you. She didn't posture. She didn't draw with a speech. She lifted her hand and light built in her palm like a star being hammered into shape. The air got tight. The paladins outside the ring knelt and bowed their heads and whispered prayers that sounded like promises made to themselves. Disintegration, seal, said in my head. Standard pattern. Dangerous to physical and astral both. You are immune. I know, I said. Hinata pointed the light at my chest and let it go. It hit. It tried to eat everything it touched. I put void between it and me and let it chew until it got tired. Smoke curled. My shirt burned through and left a black circle and skin that looked like new. Hinata's eyes widened a fraction. Just a fraction. Again, I said. No, she said. She stepped closer until we were an arm's length apart. You could have killed me a dozen times since I walked in. I know, I said. Why didn't you? Because I'm not bored, I said. And because Shizu likes you." She looked at the tent flap. Her posture shifted a hair. "She taught me how to hold a sword and not cut my own foot," she said. And that was as close to soft as she let herself get. "Then listen," I said. "Your church needs a new story. Monsters don't fit your scripture. People starve either way. I'm building a place that feeds both. You can keep pretending I'm a storm to be killed, or you can help me write a rule that stops crusades from killing farmers who are in the way." "You want a treaty," she said. "I want mercy to be cheaper," I said. A breath of cold went across the square. The shadows in the edges moved like they weren't shadows. A woman stepped out of the dark under the awning like it was a stage wing, and she was tired of watching the rehearsal. White hair, red eyes that didn't pretend to be kind, dressed like a queen who knew better than to wear jewels to a fight. Luminous Valentine. Every paladin outside the ring hit a knee hard enough to bruise. Hinata did not kneel. She bowed her head the smallest amount, like a blade dipping before a parry. "Enough," Luminous said. Her voice wasn't loud. It still landed everywhere. "All of you, you will not tear holes in my curtain because you're bored or proud." "Oh," Veldora said, amused. "You came yourself." She ignored him. She looked at me. "True dragon," she said. "I prefer my church unburned." "You are making that tricky?" "I freed people you would have lost anyway," I said. And I did not make a feast out of them to prove a point. She took one step closer. The temperature dropped. "Do not mistake my patience for weakness." "I'm not," I said. "I just don't scare easy." For a long second it was only eyes between us. People held their breath who didn't even know they were doing it. Then she smiled. It was real and it wasn't sweet. "Good. I am tired of men who faint when I talk." She tilted her head at Hinata. "A report." Hinata did it like a soldier and kept out words that made her queen look weak. He extracted a superior fire spirit without killing the host. He contained it. He deflected disintegration at point blank. He has not threatened civilians. He talks like he wants trade. He is arrogant and direct. "I'm right here," I said. "I know," she said. Luminous looked at Diablo the way a cat looks at a mirror. "Yours. Mine," I said. She clicked her tongue, amused. "You collect interesting toys." "People," I said. She said. "Terms." She lifted a finger. "One, you do not proselytize monsters against me. They can pray to whatever makes them sleep. 2, your borders are your borders. Mine are mine. If your people burn priests in alleys, I will empty your alleys. 3, I will pull my quieter hands out of your forest. The loud ones will be leashed. 4, I said. Your knights stop raids dressed as crusades. You want a criminal, bring the name and proof. We'll hand them over or put them on a rope ourselves. 5 trade routes. You bless the roads so your faithful don't tremble when they walk into tempest. We'll bless your caravans by not taxing them twice. 6, Hinata said, cutting in without asking. Direct line between me and you. Paper sealed with both signs. If something breaks, we talk first. Don't, I said. Luminous's smile sharpened. You are knave, she said. But you are efficient. Pick one, I said. She laughed once. Quick, fine, efficient. Hinata, draft it. Use small words. He is a dragon. Understood, Hinata said, deadpan. Luminous turned to leave and then stopped. She looked at Shizu's tent flap for 1 heartbeat longer than she needed to. Tell her I owe her a dress, she said, and vanished like a light going out. The paladins breathed again. Some of them looked like they wanted to cry and didn't know why. Hinata didn't move for 2 seconds. Then she looked back at me. "We'll write it tonight," she said. "Shuna will help," I said. "Good," she said. "She uses fewer lies." We broke the ring. People went back to work like a switch got flipped. Gazel rolled his eyes at the sky and left to shout at his quartermaster. Veldora whistled a tune that had no notes. Milim wanted to spar until Shona put a bowl in her hands and told her to sit. I went back into the tent. Shizu was awake. She looked tired and clean in a way that didn't come from water. "Did I hallucinate a vampire, Queen?" she asked. I said, "Okay," she said. "Weird day?" "Drink," I said, handing her the cup. Our fingers touched. Heat jumped. "Not fire, just heat," she drank and let her head fall back. "Thank you," she said. "You're welcome," I said. "Why help me?" she said. "You barely know me." "I know enough," I said. "You tried to hold a thing that should have broken you. You didn't break. That counts." Her mouth quirked. "You talk like a teacher." "I had a boring office job," I said. "Now I have a less boring one." She looked at my hands. The blisters had already gone. The skin was new and pink. She took one hand and turned it over. Her thumb traced a line across the palm. My stomach did a small, weird flip. "Does this hurt?" "No," I said. "It did a little." I didn't move. Shuna walked in and caught the scene and didn't say anything. She adjusted the blankets, smoothed a fold, and gave me a look that said, "Don't be stupid," and also said, "Be kind." Then she left. Shizu watched the flap swing. "She likes you," she said. "She likes order," I said. Shizu snorted. "And your chaos with a clipboard." "That's not wrong," I said. Outside, quills scratched. Hinata's voice and Shuna's voice went back and forth in short lines. Sui brought wax. Diablo produced a stamp from nowhere. Veldora practiced a signature until it looked dramatic but legible. Kaijin complained about the quality of church ink and then fixed it. "Master," Chiel said softly, "your pulse is elevated." "I'm fine," I thought. "Do not lie to me," she said. Shizu squeezed my fingers once and let go. "Owe you," she said. "No," I said. "You owe me dinner when you can eat without burning the spoon." She smiled for real then. It hit simple and hard. Deal. By moonrise the parchment lay on the table with 3 marks. My name? Hinata's name. A neat symbol in red thread for the one who didn't sign in ink. Hinata set her hand on the page like she was sealing a grave. "If your people break this," she said, "I will come." "I know," I said. "If yours break it, I will come." She nodded once. "Good. I prefer rules I can hit." She went to the tent to see Shizu alone. I waited outside. The voices were low and fast. Words like sorry and late and survived floated out and then went quiet. When Hinata came back, her eyes were the same steel, but the edges had been filed. "She'll stay?" I asked. "For a time," she said. "She wants to teach." "We have kids," I said. "They need a person who knows how to keep them from burning down the school."
She's good at that.
Hinata said. She extended a hand, I took it. Her grip was solid. "Until next time," she said. She left with 3 paladins. 2 stayed behind on purpose and pretended they hadn't. Hinata allowed the pretense. The camp exhaled again. People slept. Wolves took the first watch. Gazel snored like a saw in a warm log. Milim curled up on a bale of cloth like a cat. I sat on a crate outside the tent and watched the dark. Shona came and sat beside me. She didn't speak for a long time. When she did, it was quiet. "You did right," she said. "I did something," I said. "You did right," she said again. "Even when you didn't want to." "Benimaru still hates me for saving Geld," I said. "He will hate you until he doesn't," she said. "Then he will hate you for something else."
That's fair,
I said. She leaned her shoulder against my arm. It was light and sure. "Rest," she said. "In a minute," I said. "Master," Seal said. Note: ambient signatures shifting above cloud layer. Meaning: something old is moving, she said. 2 sources, cold and hot. Vector here. Veldora strolled up with a bowl of something sweet and a grin. "Sisters," he said. "Velzerd and Velgrind," I said. He nodded, pleased and worried in the same breath. "Family supper," he said. "Of course," I said. He looked at the tent and then at me.
you will be fine.
"I'm tired of being fine," I said. "I'd like to be asleep." "Let her," he said. Shizu coughed softly inside the tent and said my name like she was checking if I was still there. I was. I lifted the flap. She looked better. Skin cooler, eyes clear. The mask on the stool looked like a relic of a bad joke. "Hey," she said. "Hey," I said. "Come here," she said, not a command and not a question. I did. She reached up, put her hand on my cheek, and then, careful and slow, pulled me down. The kiss was warm and simple. No promises. Just "thank you, and I'm here, and don't leave for a minute." When we pulled back, she laughed once, shy and not shy. "Unprofessional," she said. "I'm not your student," I said. "Good," she said. "That would be worse." Shona's throat cleared outside. Pretend quiet. "Paperwork," she called. Shizu covered her face with one hand and groaned. "I hate paperwork." "I knew it," I said. We finished the last marks with Shona watching like a hawk. Daiblo sanded the ink. Suai melted wax. Ranga put his head under my hand and huffed like he wanted praise. He got it. "Don't?" Hinata said. She folded one copy and gave it to me. "Burn the thieves who try to copy this without permission." "I will," I said. She left us with the quiet. For an hour the camp was only breathing and the soft clink of cups. "Master," Seal whispered. "Final note." "Go," I said. "Velzerd and Velgrin will arrive at dawn," she said. "They are not angry." "They are decided." "On what?" I said. "On seeing whether you belong," she said. "Great," I said. I lay down on the bench outside the tent. The wood was hard. My back hurt. It felt honest. I slept. The first cold blew in before sunrise. Frost crisped the grass. People pulled blankets tighter in their sleep. The second wind carried heat that smelled like metal in a forge. The sky split into 2 thin lines, one white, one red. Veldora stood over me, hands on hips like a proud disaster. "Up," he said. "Family is here." I scrubbed my face with my hands and stood. The ground felt solid. My stomach felt like a fist. I rolled my shoulders until they loosened. "Shizu," I asked. Shona stepped out with her. Shizu leaned on a staff she didn't need, more for comfort than balance. She gave me a look that said, "Don't do anything stupid," and another look that said, "Ignore the first look if you have to." We walked out into the open field, where yesterday still clung to the earth. Frost smoked where the red wind touched it. Wolves lined the edge without a sound. Kijin stood with weapons low but ready. 2 streaks cut down out of the light and hit the ground like God's landing. One brought cold that made breath hang. One brought heat that tightened skin. Velzerd, Velgrind. They looked at me like sisters look at a brother, they haven't decided on. Veldara, Velzard said, voice even and sharp as ice. Let's see if you're real. I stepped forward and the frost cracked under my heel. I'm real, I said. Come find out. CATR 70 Sabilang Dragons, cold bit the grass first. Frost spread in a thin film that cracked under boots. Heat followed in a rolling breath that dried the frost on contact. 2 lines cut down from the sky and stopped 10 paces above the field. No thunder, no showy lightning. Just pressure, the kind that made people swallow and set their feet. Veldora grinned like a kid. Sisters. I stood with him. Shizu leaned on a staff at my side. Shona and Benamaru set our line. Ranga pressed against my leg and went still. Malim bounced on her toes and then remembered the treaty and froze in place with effort. They landed without dust. White hair, red hair. Eyes that missed nothing. Velzard's breath turned the air sharp and clean. Velgrin's breath made it feel like opening a furnace door. Veldora. Velzard said without looking away from me. Sis, Veldora said, pleased. We didn't break anything while you were gone. Mostly. Velgrin's mouth tugged once. Then flat again.
You're the new one, she said to me.
Yes, I said. Veldora. Velzard tilted her head. Satoru Mikami, she added. Not a question. My stomach did a slow turn. That too. Veldora spread his arms like a bad diplomat. Family meeting. Be nice. Velzard ignored him. Show me the core, she said. Seal's voice was cool in my head. Recommend establishing a boundary. Civilian risk is high. Do it, I thought. The ground hummed. A clear ring rose like heat above a road and snapped into place. People shuffled back without being told. Kaijin dragged his crates out of the line with muttering. Gazel moved his men outside the ring and didn't complain out loud. Velzard stepped forward. Velgrind stayed at her shoulder. They didn't look like they wanted to kill me. They looked like smiths checking steel. Parameters, Velzard said. No killing. I said, no holes through the village. No touching my people. Velgrin's eyes warmed a hair. Begin, Velzard said. The world slowed, not a little, a lot. Breath turned to fog and hung. Sound drew out thin. A droplet of water fell from the rim of a bucket and stopped in the air like a bead. My heartbeat sounded like a drum in another room. Deceleration field, Chill said. Local time reduced to 1,000th normal. You are unaffected. Velzard watched my face. Waiting for fear, waiting for surprise. I moved my hand. It moved. I touched the bead of water. It shook free and went back up. I looked at Velzard. Okay. Her eyes narrowed a little. She tightened something I couldn't see. The air thickened. She pressed more weight on the clock. I reached out and took the edge of her field, in both hands the way you take hold of cloth. It wasn't cloth. It still moved when I pulled. The seam came loose. Time rushed back in a snap that made ears pop across the line. People stumbled. Wolves sneezed. Kaijin swore, then remembered who was present and coughed instead. Velgrind laughed once under her breath. Again. She didn't talk after that. She moved. One step, and then she wasn't there. Heat lines sliced the air. I felt her grab the space around me and tilt it. Acceleration made the ground tilt under my boots without moving. She was in front, then above, then behind. Her hand brushed my neck and left a line of heat that would have cooked anyone else through to the bone. I didn't try to track. I took hold of the frame she was using and cut the hinge. The tilt vanished. She hit my front, not my back. Because there wasn't a back to hit anymore. We stopped a breath apart. Her hair lifted in the slipstream and then fell. "Better," she said. She drove a punch into my ribs without warning. It landed. The shock went through bone. I took a step back. My body absorbed and repaired. I let it hurt because pain keeps you honest. "Again," I said. The next strike came with fire, real fire, not a spell. Her core heat. The ring shook. Seal thickened it, and the shake stopped. I threw a flat palm at her shoulder. Not a blast, just a denial. Her fire hit the wall and spread without fuel, and then faded. She smiled with her mouth, not her eyes, then both. Velzard spoke without moving her head. "Stop playing." Velgrind went still like a bowstring that hadn't been plucked yet. "Fine." She pointed at the sky. Heat built above us in a tight column. The air sang. "If this falls, your camp will turn to glass," she said. "Do not drop it," Velzard said. "I won't," she said. I looked up at the column and then at Velgrind. "Big," she shrugged. "Scale matters." "Master," Seal said. "Recommendation: erase the boundary condition that defines fall." "Show me," I thought. She showed me. The column sat on rules: gravity, direction, the idea of down. I took the idea and set it aside. The column hung there, unsure of what to do. Then I took the column itself and scooped it into nothing. It vanished without heat. The air snapped cool in the space it had used. Velgrind blinked once. "That will be a problem," she said, and she sounded pleased. Velzard stepped forward. "Now," she said, "try not to erase this." She lifted her hand. The ring around us filled with frost. Not a rhyme. A design. Lines on lines. Time marks stacked in clean arcs. If I pushed, they would lock and hold me in a photo until the sun went out. I dug in. The hunger in me wanted to take the whole thing. Seal pushed my hand down. "Precision," she said, "not appetite." I cut one line, a small one. The pattern held. I cut a second. The pattern flexed and reset. I breathed out. My breath went white. I traced the weak seam through the design and pinched it. The whole net lifted free like a web taken off a branch. I handed it back to her. She took it and folded it away. Her eyes softened. "Good," she said. Veldora clapped like a man at a play. "You see." "Good boy." "Stop," Velzard and Velgrind said together without looking at him. He stopped. Milim started clapping and then put her hands behind her back when Velzard's gaze cut her way. She stuck her tongue out at Veldora instead. He looked wounded. Velzard turned to Velgrind. "Satisfied?" "For now," Velgrind said. She looked at me again. "You hold back. On purpose." "Yes," I said. "Why?" "I like my people alive," I said. "I like my roads flat. I like the sky where it is." Velzard nodded once. Acceptable answer. She looked past my shoulder. "That one is watching you like a cat watches a fire." Shizu pretended she hadn't been. "I'm a teacher," she said. "I like to see if my student knows his limits." Velgrind's eyes flicked to the tent behind us. "You pulled Ifrit without a scar. We had help," I said, and touched my temple. "Seal," Velzard said, testing the name like a coin. "Yes," Chiel said through my mouth, clear and polite. "I serve." Velzard watched my face differently at that, not hostile. Curious. "You are separate." "I am present," Chiel said. "I am not a parasite. I am a partner." Velzard said, and let it rest. She lifted her hand and turned it palm up. There was nothing on it. There didn't need to be. The field went quiet. "Next," she said, "we share." Benamaru tensed. Shona's hand landed on his wrist and stayed there. "What does sharing mean?" she asked. "Calm, direct," Velgrind answered without condescension. We trade a sliver of what we are. We do not take. We offer. We check if the sliver sits without war. If it sits, we are kin in more than words. If it fights, we decide what to do with that truth. Shona nodded. Terms. Velzard looked at me.
Consent,
She said. Conditions? Seal said in my head. I will build baffles. You will not open more than a finger's width. You will not feed the sliver. You will not pull. Agreed? I thought. I consent, I said out loud. Velzard stepped close enough that I could see the thin lines at the corner of her eyes that did not come from age. She raised one finger and touched above my heart. Cold went in? Not bad cold. Clean cold. The kind that stops panic. My breath eased. My thoughts lined up. The urge to fix everything with a hammer got quiet. Return, Seal said. I lifted my hand and touched Velzard's sternum with 2 fingers. Careful. I opened a slit the width of a breath and let a point of void pass. Not hungry. Not wide. Just a fact. She went very still. For a second the field forgot to exist. Then it remembered. She let out a slow breath. Balanced, she said. She turned her head a fraction toward Velgrind. Your turn. Velgrind didn't ask for drama. She tapped my wrist. Heat went in. Not fire. Drive. Muscles woke up like they'd been under a blanket, and now someone had pulled it off. My pulse sped and didn't feel frantic. My feet wanted to move without wasting steps. Return, Seal repeated. I touched just above Velgrind's navel and let a dot of nothing touch her core and stop there like a seal. She shivered once and grinned. That's sharp, she said. I like sharp. Veldora shoved his shoulder into me like a brother. Do me, he said, and then realized how it sounded. Not like that. Factor trade. We are siblings already, but I want the full set. Velzard rolled her eyes. Velgrind sighed. I laughed despite myself. Fine, I said, and touched his massive chest. He took the dot and his hair, crackled like a storm, was trying to decide if it should start. He whooped. Yes. Very good. Efficient. He put his palm on my back and pushed a slap of storm into me that forced a cough out of my chest and cleared something I hadn't noticed. My hearing sharpened. I could tell the difference between the way the wind moved past a spear tip and the way it moved past a flag. Doan, Velzard said. She stepped back. We accept you as kin. Something unclenched in the air when she said it. People who didn't know why felt their shoulders drop. Protocol, Seal said in my head. Family registry updated. Don't call it that, I thought. Understood, she said. Velzard looked past me at the ring of tents and the fence line and the fresh graves we still hadn't had time to dress. This is your work, she said. Not a question. With help, I said. Good, she said. Do not let it make you stupid. Velgrind rubbed 2 fingers together, like she was cleaning soot off them. Now we talk. She pointed at the table Kaijin had dragged back in. Set. We sat. Wolves lay down and put their heads on their paws but watched. Kijin stood easy but ready. Gazelle pretended to read a list while he listened to every word. Milim lay on her stomach with her chin in her hands. Answer this, Velzard said. Why you? I died in a different world, I said. Someone pushed me here. The system had a slot. I fell into it. Not random, Velgrind said. No, I said. I don't think so. Velzard folded her hands. Veldanava left holes when he left. Not just in walls, in rules. Something has been trying to fill them with bad plaster ever since. When a soul with the right weight fell, the hole held it. Voice of the world, Velgrind said. Call it that. or call it the habit of the world. Whatever name you like. It likes patterns that don't break the furniture. Veldora squinted. Are you saying our brother is furniture? Velgrind glared at him. No. She tipped her chin at me. I am saying he is a post that keeps the roof up, for now. Glamorous, I said. Shizu hid a smile behind her hand. Velzard's tone didn't change. Do you intend to bring Veldanava back? I stared at the grain in the table for a second. No, I said. I intend to keep children from starving and keep bored men from burning towns to hear themselves cheer. Velzard's mouth eased. It wasn't a smile. It would do. Good, she said. Leave ghosts alone. Velgrind leaned in. One more question. When angels move, whose side are you on? Mine, I said. And theirs when they stop making monsters to justify budgets. Gazel coughed hard. That was a lot of words, he said. I liked most of them. Velzard looked up. They will move soon, she said. They smell change. They hate change. Timeline, Seal said quietly. Weeks, not months. Preparations recommended. I rubbed my eyes. Off course. Velgrind drummed her fingers once on the tabletop. Then she turned her hand and tapped my knuckles. You'll need speed, she said. Not for your body. For decisions. Don't make fast mistakes because they feel like progress. I'll try, I said. Shuna set tea down for all of us without rattling the cups. Velgrind took hers and drank like she meant it. Velzard warmed hers with one breath and took small sips. Malim rolled onto her back and waved her legs. So we're all siblings now, she said. Can we do a trip, like a fun one, not war? Later, Velzard said. Fine, Milim said, sulking for exactly 3 seconds before perking up. Spar later, she asked Velgrind. Letter, Velgrind said. No explosions. No promises, Milim said cheerfully. Veldora had been quiet longer than was healthy for him. He stood. I will go get cakes, he announced. You will sit? Velzard said without raising her voice. He sat. Sui appeared half a step inside the ring, like a shadow decided to be a person. He placed a folded note in front of me. From our scouts, he said. I opened it. Powder on the fold line. I didn't touch the powder. Seal ate it. Words inside. Clayman's name repeated 3 times where it didn't need to be repeated. Movements along the western road. A merchant caravan that wasn't. A woman with a veil who didn't look at anyone and was watched by everyone. Clayman is not done, I said. He never is, Velgrind said. I wrote 2 short orders and handed one to Sui and one to Benamaru. Quiet, I said. No fire unless it's necessary. Find the handler. Bring me the handler. Do not break the caravan if you can help it. Benamaru held my gaze for a beat more than he needed and nodded. Understood. He left at a jog that didn't look like a jog. Sui vanished. Velzard watched all that as if she were counting breaths. You value clean cuts, she said. I like things that work, I said. She inclined her head. Then listen. Old truth. There are lines under this world. They are not the pretty lines magicians draw on maps. They are deeper. Veldanava laid them when he was playing at making things. Angels call them ladders. Demons call them fall lines. When someone like you steps wrong on them, bad things climb fast. Locations? Seal said it once. Velzard tapped 3 points on the table with her nail. North of us in the big forest. East near a city that wasn't on our maps yet. South in a ruin that still remembered its name only at noon. I will mark them, Seal said. Thank you. Velzard lifted a brow at the thanks. Then she gave a tiny nod. You are welcome. We talked for another hour. Not about destiny, about roads. How many carts per day a packed path can take before it needs reinforcement. How deep to set stone so spring melt doesn't pop it. Where to post patrols so bandits decide to be farmers instead. Gazelle joined that part and forgot to be wary. He and Velgrund argued about axle width like it mattered. It did. Shizu stood, walked a slow circle around the ring, and came back with color in her face again. She caught my eye and smiled. It wasn't the kiss again. It was steady. It helped. Master, Seal said in my head, softer. You are tired. I know, I thought. Eat something, she said. I did. Shona had put a bowl by my elbow without me noticing. Hot broth. Bread. Simple. Good. My hands stopped shaking. When the sun climbed, Velzard stood. We have seen enough, she said. Velgrund stood with her. We will be near, she said. Not over your shoulder. Near, Milim groaned. Everyone leaves when it gets fun. Stay, Velzard said. Milim blinked. Okay. She looked delighted. Veldora leaped to his feet. Group hug? He announced. Do not, Velzard said. He stopped, arms half open, and turned it into a wide stretch that fooled no one. Velzard faced me. Last warning, she said. Do not let void chew through you when you are angry. It will try. I have help, I said. I heard, she said. And looked at Shizu, at Shona, at Ranga, at the dwarves, at Benamaru's empty place in the line, at Sui's nowhere. Keep it. She lifted off without effort, and was a line of white again. Velgrund followed as a line of red that looked like a sword in sunlight, and then didn't. Pressure eased. People breathed like they'd been underwater and had reached air. Veldora slapped my back hard enough to rock me. Success, he said. Shizu took my hand and squeezed. You did fine, she said. Fine is good, I said. Gazelle rolled the map up with quick, neat hands. Your family is exhausting, he said. Tell me about it, I said. Sui returned without sound. He put a small bundle on the table. Inside was a mask, new make, same pattern as before, and a ring with a sigil I didn't recognize. Handler jumped a well, he said. Vanished. Caravan was bait. I marked 3 faces that didn't fit. Good, I said. Don't die chasing ghosts. We have enough. He inclined his head. Master, Seal said. 3rd note today? Go, I thought. High signatures above cloud layer, she said. Not dragon, not demon, clealed, patterned. Angels? Velgrund had said. Weeks. New estimate, Cheel said. Days. How many? I asked. Initial scouts, she said. Not an army. Still a problem. I looked at the sky until my neck hurt. Then I looked back down at my people. Wolves. Kijin. Goblins with new shoulders. Dwarves with smart hands. A teacher with a tired smile. A sister stirring a pot. A king pretending not to be attached. A dragon who acted like a storm and a child. A demon who would burn the world if I whispered yes. Okay, I said. We get ready. Benamaru came back at a run with dust on his boots and anger in his eyes. He put a strip of torn veil on the table. They wanted us to hit them in the street, he said. We didn't. They got bored and left. I hate clever cowards. We'll catch them, I said. Not by chasing, by making their plan bad. He grunted. It wasn't agreement. It wasn't not. Shona touched my sleeve. Rest for an hour, she said. Then plan. I can rest when I am dead, I said. Shizu pinched my arm. Bad joke, she said. Eat, sit. Then be a dragon. I sat. I ate. I didn't sleep. My eyes closed for 3 breaths. It helped more than it should have. By evening we had lists, patrol routes, alarm bells, buckets, lines for children to follow if the sky opened. Sui pinned drawings of faces on a board, and Milim drew mustaches on 2 of them, and then looked guilty and fixed them. Kaijin cursed at a hinge and then made 10 more hinges better. Ranga bumped my knee again and again until I scratched his head. He thumped his tail once and went to the perimeter with his pack. Seal kept a running count of supplies in my ear. Calm. Precise. Present. You are doing well, she said once, very soft. Thanks, I thought. Night came fast, stars bright. Air thin. I stood alone at the edge of the field. Footsteps came up behind me without trying to hide. Shizu. She slid her hand into mine and didn't say anything for a long time. I don't like the sky right now, she said at last. Me either, I said. Good, she said. I was worried you'd say something brave and stupid. I'm saving those for later, I said. She laughed under her breath and leaned her shoulder against my arm. Warm, steady. Honest? Master, Seal said. Final report for tonight. The scouts stopped. They are not leaving. They are building a doorway. My mouth went dry. We're above us, she said. Exact center. I looked up. The stars there started to blur like someone was pressing a thumb against the sky from the other side. The first clean light pushed through the seam and tasted the air. I squeezed Shizu's hand once and let go. Wake them, I said. All of them. CHDR 80, Sechkai Dobos and Siamadar. The sky held a thin seam where clean light pressed at the edges. It hadn't broken yet. Seal kept count in my ear while the camp moved like it had been practicing this drill for years instead of a single night. Scouts above. Stable. Doorway not complete, she said. Clayman's threads on the ground are moving faster. Choose order. Ground first, I said. If the roof leaks. We still need walls. Ranga paced at my heel until I scratched his head. He huffed and took the north line. Sui was already gone. Benamaru rolled his shoulders, set his jaw, and took the east. Shona tied her hair up, sleeves clenched. Kaijin checked the braces on the palisade and muttered at the grain like it had offended him. Veldora sat on a cart like a king on a very uncomfortable throne and tried to look serious. Milim bounced and didn't. Gazel stood with his guard and did the things smart kings do when they aren't in charge. He shut up and watched. Where? I asked. 3 approaches, Shiel said. Caravan banners west. Church colors. False. Dock workers from the South Road. Many. Too many for the hour. North Ridge, nothing visible. But clay under fingernails. Clayman, obvious, she said. On purpose. Fine, I said. We'll pick the least obvious first. We met the dock workers at the southern ditch where the fence bent around the new fields. They came in groups of 8 with poles and baskets and faces set wrong. Their steps were even, too even. No chatter. Hands too clean. Shuna stopped 10 paces shy. Good morning, she called. Shift list. The first man lifted a sheet. The ink blotted in places where water had touched it and then dried too fast. It smelled like flowers. Shona didn't take it. She looked at me. Powder, I said. She nodded once and stepped back. The man smiled with only his mouth. I will bring help, he said, tone flat. We heard you needed hands. You brought masks last time? I said. New trick. His smile didn't change. His pupils did. They flattened, then widened, like someone behind them was adjusting a lens. No, Shiel said. Under their tongues, shadows rippled. Sui was there and not there. Thin darts hit soft thuds. 8 men opened their mouths to scream and couldn't. Sui's threads pulled 3 black wafers out and dropped them in a jar Shuna was already holding. The wafers clicked like beetle shells. "Back!" I said. "Don't breathe that." The bodies sagged. One fell hard and started to seize. Shuna slid a cloth under his head and folded it up so he wouldn't break his teeth. The others shook like wet dogs and then lay still, breathing like they'd run a marathon and finished it wrong. "Not willing," Shuna said. "Hooked, seal. Not possessed, compelled. Triggers embedded in the soft tissue. I can break the triggers. They will vomit. Then sleep. Break them," I said. We did not get the luxury of quiet work. A horn cried thin from the west line, not alarm signal. Ranga's note, fast, angry. "Go," I told Sui. He was already wind. We ran. The church caravan wore pale cloth and gold thread and moved like a parade that had lost its music. 20 wagons. Priests in front, heads bowed. Paladins at the corners. The banner had the right stitches and the wrong smell. I could taste sugar on the air, too sweet. Hinata's 2 left behinds, Ari and Johan, stood between our people and the wagons with their hands open and their swords sheathed. Ari's mouth was tight. Johan's eyes kept flicking to the wheels like he could hear something in them. "State it," Ari called. The lead priest lifted the banner higher, slow and smooth. "We come under truce," he said. "Why bring offerings for the poor? Maybe open a wagon," Johan said, voice even. The priest smiled with his mouth and eyes and not his muscles. "Faith first," he said. "Now," Seal said. I stepped forward and pointed at the 4th wagon. "Open that one." The priest didn't look at the wagon. He looked at me. His smile broke at the edges. Ranga growled low. Veldora stopped pretending and stood behind me like a mountain stretching. "Open it," I said. No one moved. Then the tarpaulin fluttered and a hand reached up from inside and pushed. A small hand. Thin. The flap peeled back. Children blinked in the light. Shona's breath caught. Milim stopped bouncing. Ari swore once, soft. Gazelle moved without thinking, the same way a man snatches a pot off a child's head. His guard spread. The paladins at the corners put hands on their hilts and then took them off because Diablo moved his head a millimeter and smiled. The priest's voice warmed like a hearth. "A gift," he said, "from a grateful city. Feed them." "They're hungry." "Seal," I said. "Under their collars," she said. "Hooks and powder in the wagon slats. Sleep dust, not lethal. Triggered remotely." "Where's the trigger?" I asked. "Priest's sleeve," she said. "Left." I crossed the distance in 3 steps, took his wrist, and broke the wooden bead under his cuff. He hissed and tried to smile again. I squeezed until he did not try. "Hands," Ari snapped. The paladins lifted them. Johan cut the ropes on the 1st wagon and started lifting kids out by the armpits. Shona took them and put them behind our line. The dust in the slats tried to wake up. I erased it. Diablo's threads crisscrossed the wheels and took any other surprises to pieces so neatly we could sweep them up with a broom. The priest leaned close enough that I could smell his breath. Flowers again. "He says you like to save things," he whispered. "I say let's see how many." "Ooh," I said. He blinked slow. "Clayman." I put him on the ground without breaking bones. I didn't want to give him an excuse to stop talking. "Where?" "Hair," he said, and smiled with his eyes shut. Benamaru's shout came from the east. Not words. Sound of heat. We moved in 2 waves. Me, Veldora, Diablo went east. Gazelle Ari. Johann kept the west quiet, and kept the children behind steel. The east ridge burned in lines that didn't catch grass. Benimaru stood in the middle of 3 circles that rotated in opposite directions without touching. He had his sword out and his breath short. 6 figures around him wore veils the color of rain and moved like they didn't weigh anything. Puppets, Shiel said. Threads buried in the spine. If you cut wrong, the body dies. If you stop long, he dies. I hate marionettes. Benimaru said between teeth. Tag in, I said. He didn't argue. He stepped, I stepped. We switched. He took 1 circle. Diablo took another. I took the 3rd and reached in without touching flesh. Threads are still things. They have ends. I took ends. I yanked. The bodies dropped like someone cut the stage lights. Sui caught 2 before their heads hit rock. Shona appeared with cloth and pressure and saved another before blood filled his lungs. Benimaru finished his 3 clean and fast. Diablo didn't bother with clean. He smiled, and the threads cut themselves to please him. Behind, Seal said. I turned. The veiled woman from yesterday stood at the lip of the ridge with her hands open. Her eyes were beautiful and empty. Message, she said. The voice wasn't hers. Clayman's silk through a tube. I send gifts. You send insults. Come to my stage if you want to speak like lords. Where? I asked. The woman's head tilted. North Marsh. Tonight. Bring the demon. Leave the child. Which child? I said. She smiled. Annie. Her eyes flicked toward the western wagons. Bring the paladins if you like. I have more veils. Rage ran up my spine like a hot wire. The void in me lifted its head. Master? Seal said. Do not open. I didn't. I breathed until the hot wire cooled and looked at the woman's feet. Her left heel hovered a hair above the ground, not floating, braced. She was ready to run. No, I said. You come to my stage. Her head tilted the other way. The eyes changed a millimeter. Clayman didn't like being told no. Then I will send more gifts, she said. I'll return them, I said. I pointed at the beads on her wrist. Those detonate if you fail. Don't fail. She flinched. For the first time, something that was her showed through. She took a step back. She disappeared like fog. Benimaru blew out a harsh breath. We should burn his house. We will, I said, but not while angels are watching. Speaking of, Veldora said mildly, and pointed up. The seam widened. A straight, clean light pushed through and held like a spear being tested. It did not fall. It waited. Clayman thinks he can make me chase him while I look up every other minute. I said, chasing. How? Benimaru asked. We end his supply, I said. No more threads. No more powder. No more puppets. We cut his hands off without touching him. That takes hands of our own, Diablo said, pleased. Then we get more, I said. Seal. I have the circle, she said. Location the old quarry. Stable rock. Far enough from the camp to fail safely. Close enough to run if it goes wrong. Do it, I said. We moved the circle in daylight because hiding it would make the story worse in people's heads. Kaijin watched the lines I carved into the stone and shook his head like he did not approve of my tools. Malim ran around the edge and poked glyphs and got told to sit, and actually sat. Shona stood with a bowl of clean water and did not blink. Sui placed the 3 jars on 3 points of the circle. Powder, wafers, beads. Bait, he said. Names. Seal said. Do it, I said. Void gathered at my fingertips. Not a flood, a line. I wrote the names in the air, and laid them into the grooves like solder. John, violet. The stone drank the words. Heat ran through the lines. The air thickened. Not sticky. Heavy. Like a room full of quiet people leaning in. The first to step through was calm and white as fresh paper where light touched her skin, and red where it didn't. Testarossa took off her glove and laid it across her other wrist the way a woman puts down an argument she hasn't decided to have yet. She looked at the jars and then at me and smiled like knives hidden under silk. "Master," she said, like she'd been practicing the word. The second tore through the air like it bored her. Carrera landed hard enough to crack a slab and didn't apologize. She shook out her hand like you do when you've punched a wall, and it bit back. Her grin was pure trouble. "You called?" she said. "Please say it's for something loud." Ultima didn't step. She drifted. She wore cute like a weapon. She looked at Diablo and pouted. "You didn't tell me he was pretty," she said. Diablo bowed from the spine. I wanted the joy of the moment unmarred by adjectives. "Gross," Carrera said happily. Ranga's hackles lifted and then settled when I scratched his neck. Benimaru held his ground. Shona's eyes went narrow for a second and then smooth. "Welcome," I said. "I need work done, clean, fast. No civilians, no art projects." Carrera wrinkled her nose. "You always ask for so little fun." "Not always," Ultima said. Her smile sharpened. "Sometimes he asks for the hard ones." Testarossa's eyes slid to the jars again. "Puppets," she said. "Cheap, unpleasant. He always did like theater." "Clayman?" I said. "You know him." She made a tiny face. "I know the noise he makes. He talks like a man writing a play in his head." "Good. You're going to cut his stagehands." "Quietly. Take the handlers. Take the stockpiles. Leave the painted front intact. I want him to think the audience still loves him until the night the seats are empty." "Oh," Testarossa said, and looked actually pleased. "Cruelty with patience." "Sound boring," Carrera said. "You can blow up the sheds," I said. "Not the houses." She perked right up. "Deal." Ultima tapped her lip. "What about the one with the veils?" The voice is not the only thing in her. "She's not a volunteer," I said. "Bring her if you can. Kill her if you must. I will be angry. Then I will be done." "Understood," Ultima said. "I like you when you're honest." Diablo cleared his throat softly. "Lord Clayman will notice the air moving if we remove this many parts." "He will," I said, "but not fast enough." "Orders," Ciel said. "One more thing." "What?" She didn't answer with words. She put the image in my head, a ledger. A face from the supply tent. Karu, the goblin with careful hands who counted sacks twice and touched each mark with his thumb. I saw him take a bundle. I saw his pupils slit like a cat's and then round again. I saw him set 3 small beads under the water barrel and walk away, breathing like a person who had just won a fight against himself and wasn't sure who had lost. I swallowed. Sui. He was at my shoulder without a sound. "Bring Karu here," I said. Gently. Sui didn't ask why. He faded. He came back with Karu walking and not pulled. Karu's hands shook. His mouth worked around words that didn't fit. "Lord," he said. He tried to bow and almost fell. "I did not. I did. I am sorry. I am trying not to." His eyes filled and spilled. He didn't wipe them. There was a sound in my ear when I slept and a woman stood at the flap and said my mother's name. Shona moved before anyone else. She took his hands. "Look at me," she said. He did.
"Is it you?"
She asked. No, he said, and then, yes, and then, help. He was not a traitor. He was a battlefield. Beads under the barrel, I said. Sui nodded and was gone and back, and put 3 beads in the bowl with the others. Shona covered it and tied the cloth and poured water over the tie. Karu waited for the axe that wasn't coming and shook harder when it didn't. It is not your fault, I said. It is, he said. Both can be true, I said. Shuna. Can you break the thread? She looked at Seal's lines without seeing them and still found the knot. Her fingertips glowed. A thin smell like mint cut the air. Karu gasped. His shoulders dropped. It's quiet, he said, shaking. It's quiet. Shuna put his hands on his own chest and held them there. You will report to me for a week, she said. Then to Rigard for 2. Then back to Kaijin. If you feel the noise again, you come before you move a finger. Understood?
Yes,
he said. I am sorry. He said it like he thought if he said it enough it would turn time back. It won't, I said. But you can go forward. He nodded hard until the nods turned into sobs. Rigger picked him up the way an older brother picks up a younger brother and took him where men could cry without the whole camp watching. Benimaru watched the whole thing with eyes that still burned. He didn't argue. He didn't agree. He filed it away. We got to work. Testarossa left without disturbing the dust. Carrera stretched like a cat and laughed and blurred into the air with a crack that rattled the quarry. Ultima blew Diablo a kiss, blew me a second, and slid into the lines like smoke under a door. Diablo bowed to me and went, because he would not be left out. Assignment's done, Seal said in my head. We watch. We hold. We didn't have to wait long. First report. A handler's hut on the North Road emptied of men who didn't know why their hands were broken. Carrera's work. A shed full of sacks that smelled sweet went up in a clean column and came down as black glass. Also Carrera. Second, a house that looked like a tea shop and sold masks in the back lost its back room and 3 men with identical rings. Testarossa. No bodies in the street. 2 girls with powder on their collars found sleeping in the alley, instead of being carried out at midnight to a cart that would not go to market. Third, the veiled woman in a room with no windows. A. Ultima cut the locks without touching them and stood with her finger at the woman's temple while the woman's eyes flickered. Can you walk? Ultima asked. The woman looked at Ultima's face for a long time and then nodded. Then walk, Ultima said, and walked her out past men who pretended to be blind because they wanted to keep seeing. Bring her, I said. Already? Ultima said in my head, sing-song. I like this one.
She did not cry when I cut the knot.
Good, I said. Across the lines, Clayman started to notice. The street theater halted. A courier ran and didn't come back. A manager threw a mask at a wall and shouted at nobody. Then the wagons stopped moving. Then new men with the wrong walk started toward us from 3 directions. Here we go, Benimaru said, and smiled like a man who hadn't gotten to hit anything all morning. Lines, I said. We set them. Not a wall. A net. Ranga's pack ran the edges and turned bodies instead of backs. Kijin anchored the corners. Dwarves made the gaps into doors that only opened inward. Wolves herded. Paladins held one lane and didn't break. Gazel's man set pikes like old war and made them look new again. The first wave hit and broke without leaving bodies. Threads snapped. Puppet hands fell open and dropped blades. Some ran and were caught. Some collapsed and were carried. A few fought with their own limbs until Shona laid a hand on their neck and whispered, and the fight went out of them without killing the man inside. The second wave brought 2 men who were not puppets. They threw glass eggs that burst into smoke that tried to crawl into eyes. I opened my hand and the smoke had nowhere to go, and then it had nowhere to be. Their faces went slack when the trick failed. Benimaru took them down with the flat of his blade and let them breathe. He did not look happy about it. He looked correct. Clayman got impatient. The third wave wore masks and sang. The song wasn't notes. It was instructions. The song said kneel. The song said stop. The song said you are tired and wrong and small. Some of our people dropped to a knee for half a breath, and then shook themselves and stood because Ranga howled and put his voice in their bones. I stepped forward and spoke once. Enough. The song ended because there was no song anymore. The masks cracked because there were no masks. The men staggered like their legs had forgotten they were legs and sat down hard. Master, Cheel warned, angels. The seam widened like someone was splitting cloth with a sharp blade. Clean light poured down in a ladder that didn't touch the ground. They didn't come yet. They watched. Keep the fight small, I said. We don't perform for the balcony. A hush fell that wasn't natural. Even the wolves panted quieter. We worked the line without shouting. Ranga trotted. Sui appeared and disappeared. Shona's hands stayed steady. Kaijin swore only at wood and hinges. Ultima returned with the veiled woman at her side. The woman blinked at the sun like it was new. Name, I said. She swallowed. Her voice was her own now. It didn't carry anyone else. You were taken, I said. I was hired, she said. Then taken. She touched her throat. It is quiet. You can run, I said. Or you can stay. She looked at Ultima. Ultima's eyes softened a fraction. Stay, Ultima said before Maya could speak. Stay, Maya said, surprised at herself. Shuna, I said. Shona stepped in and put an arm around Maya, the way you put an arm around someone who forgot what arms were for. You are mine for a week, she said. Then you are yours. I do not, Maya said, then stopped and nodded. Okay. The line held. The third wave died out the way a bad idea dies when the audience isn't clapping anymore. We counted heads. We counted injuries. We counted kids. They were all there. Ari's hands shook when she put the last child behind the rope. Johan smiled once, quick. Report, Seal said, and then answered herself. Handlers 28 removed, stockpiles burned, veils fewer. Clayman's score, loud. The air went cold on my left. I turned. Testarossa stood with her gloves on again. She slipped a ring into a cloth and tied the cloth and handed it to me like a gift. His, she said. Hay will notice it is missing. I weighed the cloth. Light. Cold. Thank you. She tilted her head at Diablo. Your family is amusing, she said. We try, he said. Carrera popped back into reality with soot on her cheek and delight in her eyes. 3 sheds, she reported. No houses. 2 men tried to be brave and fell over. I stepped over them. Good, I said. Ultima twirled a strand of hair and looked satisfied. Do we get cake now? She asked. After we don't die, I said. Fair, she said. The seam overhead brightened. Time, Cheel said. Door is forming anchors. Positions, I said. We didn't build a circle. We built a square. 4 posts, 4 ropes. A big empty in the middle. Veldora stood at one corner and grinned. Milim at another, bouncing in place, and then still like she remembered how. Benimaru set his feet at the third. I took the fourth. Shona pulled children back. Kaijin dragged the heavy things out of the center. Gazelle muttered something unflattering about gods and checked his men's straps. The light dropped like a curtain lifting the wrong way. Figures stepped through. Thin, precise, wings like geometry, no blood, no dust. Faces like angels from quiet churches, but the eyes didn't look at people. They looked at lines. 3, Seal said. Scouts. Not choir, not blades. Still dangerous. They didn't announce themselves. They just looked. One at Veldora. One at Milim. One at me. The one looking at me tilted its head like a bird. State purpose, I said. Correction, it said.
The voice wasn't a voice. It was a decision. Off what?
I asked. Deviation, it said. It looked at my chest like it could see the hole the world had made for me. Unapproved mass. Gezel's jaw tightened. I hate this, he said under his breath. Get in line, I said. The angel lifted a hand. No glow, no build. Meaning gathered. Space got ready to agree with it. Master, Seal said calmly. They will not stop if asked. They will stop if shown. Then we show, I said. I stepped into the square and set my heel. The void in me wanted to eat the clean light, and the neat lines, and the voice that wasn't a voice. I kept the door half shut and put my palms up. No correcting my people, I said. You can make your case. You don't get to erase a city because your book says the margins are wrong. It didn't answer. It reached. I reached faster. Not at the angel. At the anchor line of the door. I took it in my hand like a rope. It was slick. It tried to slide. I wrapped it around my fist and pulled. The doorway hiccuped. The other 2 angels flicked their heads toward me. Veldora laughed without sound. Milim grinned with teeth. Oat, I said. The angel's hand hung in the air. The light dimmed a fraction. It looked at the rope in my hand and at me and at the ground and at Veldora and recalculated. Later, it said, and stepped back. The other 2 matched it. The curtain lifted and closed without a sound. Everyone exhaled like we'd been holding air since morning. I let the rope go. It left no burn. Not done, Seal said. They will file a report. I'll write one too, Gezel said dryly. Clayman? Benimaru reminded me. Right, I said. We're not chasing. But we are answering. I walked back to the quarry circle, where the lines were still warm. The primordials stood in a half circle like a choir that liked different songs. Diablo took his place next to them like a bookend. Names, I said, and looked each one in the eye. Testarossa. She bowed her head. Master. Carrera. She saluted with 2 fingers and a grin. Ultima. She blew me a kiss again because of course she did. I will give you this much leash, I said, pinching my fingers with a hair of air between them. Do not take more. If you do, I pull, and it will hurt. Understood, Testarossa said. I like when it hurts, Carrera said, and Testarossa smacked her arm without moving her hand. Ultima leaned toward Diablo. He's being nice? She whispered loudly. He is always nice, Diablo said, and his eyes shone like stars right before dawn. I breathed out. We have an hour before Clayman decides what story to tell. Use it. Pull more threads. Make him talk to himself. They went. The circle cooled. The camp shifted to after-battle work. Blood washed. Bandages tied. Kids given bread and water, and then blankets. Ari counted 3 times and came up with the same number, and finally let herself sit down on a crate and cry into her hands, where only Johann could see. He put a hand on her back and didn't say anything. Shona handed me a cloth, and I wiped my face and didn't know when I'd gotten dust on it. My hands hurt. It was honest. "Eat," she said. "Then you can go kiss your teacher." I choked. "Shuna?" She looked at me like I was a particularly slow student. "Everyone saw," she said. "Be kind or be quiet. Do not be stupid." "Understood," I said. Shizu stood by the healer tent, hair damp, eyes clear. She watched me, come like she wasn't sure if she should look away first or last. I didn't make her choose. I stopped in front of her and held out a cup. "Water," I said. "Romantic?" she said. She took it and drank. "Do we get to pretend this is normal for 5 minutes?" "2," I said. "Then work." She stepped in, set the cup down, and kissed me. Not a thank you. Not a goodbye. Solid. Present. Her hand on my jaw steadied something that had been leaning too long. When we pulled back, we both breathed easier. She laughed once. "Okay," she said. "Work." Shona watched us with the tight little smile of a sister who had already decided my fate. She met my eyes and nodded a fraction. It wasn't surrender. It was scheduling. "Master," Shiel said, amused. Pulse noted. Write it down, I thought. What can frame it? Night put a lid on the day without putting out the coals. Reports came in short and clean. Threads cut, stores burned, names taken. A mask maker in the West Quarter who tried to bite his tongue off and failed because Testarossa put a finger on his chin and said, "No." A preacher who tried to run and met Carrera's heel and stayed down but breathing. Ultima tucked Maya into a bed in the corner of the healer tent and sat on the floor next to it like a child guarding a toy and dared anyone to have a problem. Gazelle came by, signed the copy of the treaty Hinata had left, and told me he was still not my friend, and then gave Ranga a bone and left before sunrise. At the edge of the dark, Clayman finally spoke. The curtain of the sky didn't open. He didn't come himself. He sent a voice on the wind that carried perfume and theater dust. "You break my toys," the wind said. "Rude. Come to my house and apologize." "No," I said to the air. "Then I will come to yours," it said, and giggled like an actor who loved his own line. "Seal?" I said. "Track impossible, but I can approximate. He is not far." She paused. "He is also not brave." "Good," I said. "Let him perform." We slept in shifts. I lay down for an hour on a plank, and Shizu's hand found mine and held it loose. When Seal woke me, my neck hurt and my head was clear. The seam in the sky had closed for now. The air smelled like rain that wasn't coming yet. At dawn, Testarossa returned with 2 tidy reports and a smear of someone else's perfume on her glove. Carrera came back bouncing. Ultima yawned like a cat. Diablo walked in last and looked like a man who had eaten a quiet meal in a room full of enemies and signed the check with their ink. "Stage empty," Testarossa said. "He moved early. He is angry." "Good," I said. A bell clanged at the outer post. Not alarm, not Ranga. A stranger Sui slipped away and came back. "One," he said. White cloak. Hood down. Hands open. They walked in slow and stopped at the rope. Maya stepped out of the tent, saw the face, and froze. Leon Cromwell looked like a man who knew how not to apologize. He looked at Shizu first, and then at me, and then at Veldora. He did not look at Milim until she threw a pebble at his boot, and he sighed. "I am not here to fight," he said in a voice that tried not to be tired and failed a little. "You're late?" Shizu said. "Just honest." He nodded. "I know." He looked at me. "You pulled Ifrit." "Yes," I said. "Thank you," he said. It was the kind of thanks that scrapes skin because it carries edges under it. Clayman is moving toward you with a show. He will make the show bigger because he thinks angels like good seats. They don't, I said. I know, he said. He pushed his hand through his hair like it had gotten in his eyes. I will help. Then I will leave. Fine, I said. He looked at Shizu again like the light hurt his eyes. I am sorry, he said, and meant it in the way men mean it when they can't take the word back and still say it. Work first, she said. Then talk. He nodded. Work, he said. Master, Seal said. Clayman's projection is forming. He is bringing a puppet he thinks is a monster. It is not. It is a city's grief with a face. Where? I asked. North Marsh, she said. He listened to himself. Benimaru, I said. He was already on his feet. We don't chase, I said. But we do pick the ground. We moved. Not running. Not strolling. A line that could turn into a wall or a circle or a spear. Wolves flanked. Kijin set the weight. Paladins took the middle with Ari's jaw tight and Johan's hands loose. Gazel didn't come. He was not stupid. The marsh was gray and flat and smelled like old water that wanted to be a mirror. Clayman didn't stand on it. He stood on a platform he had brought with him, because that is what men like Clayman do. He wore a smile that didn't reach his lips and a coat that wanted to be a costume. Welcome, he said, and spread his arms. Audience. Bored, Milim said loudly. He ignored her. He put his hand on the head of the thing next to him. It had the outline of a monster and the weight of a village. It wore 10 masks, one on top of another, all cracked. A gift, he said. For the new lord? Not a gift, I said. A threat. Same thing, he said, and flipped his hand. Threads rose out of the marsh like reeds and wrapped the thing's limbs. It moved like it hurt to move. It looked at me through 3 masks, and I saw a boy who had wanted to sell apples, and a woman who had wanted to keep her little house, and a man who had gone into mine and never come out, and a street with no children, because they had been sold to a priest with clean shoes. Stop, I said. Don't pull. Clayman pulled. The thing lurched forward. Benimaru set his feet. Ranga crouched. Diablo smiled and tilted his head like you do when you are about to cut a knot with one very sharp knife. The sky stayed closed. The angels did not come. The ground waited. Master, Seal said softly. This will be ugly. Choose your ugly. I chose. I stepped out onto the marsh, took 2 steps, and set my hand on the air above the thing's heart. I did not erase it. I erased the rule Clayman was using to pull. The thread slumped like wet rope. He jerked his hand up and got nothing. He jerked again. Nothing. The thing staggered and caught itself like a drunk finding a wall. I spoke to the masks. You were taken, I said. You are done being tools. Sit, it sat. Not because I made it. Because it was tired of standing. Clayman's smile cracked. Rude, he said. Go home, I said. He lifted his hand and snapped his fingers at Carrera like she was a dog. She grinned and showed teeth and didn't move. Testarossa looked bored. Ultima put her chin on her hands and kicked her feet in the air. He tried to call the angels with his eyes. The sky stayed shut. He ran. Benimaru started forward. I lifted a hand. Let him, I said. He has fewer places to hide now. We turned our backs on him and walked the thing apart slow, mask by mask, thread by thread. Shuna sang a simple song that wasn't magic and did magic anyway. People came out of a monster that had been pretending to be a monster. not all of them alive. Enough. By the time the sun was low, the marsh looked like a place where work had been done and not like a stage. Clayman's platform listed in the mud. Carrera kicked the leg out from under it just because it made a satisfying sound. Ultima brought me a handful of rings. "Souvenirs?" she said. "Trash," Testarossa said, and took them and dropped them in a bucket. "Master," Shield said. "Angels are moving again, Coyers, not scouts, not today. Soon." "I know," I said. We walked home with people in blankets and on litters. Ari and Johan held a rope that kept the kids from wandering off the path. Ranga carried 2 asleep on his back. Milim held 3 apples and tried to juggle and dropped one and pouted. Veldora told a story that had no beginning and made the children laugh anyway. Benamaru looked at the sky and didn't smile and still walked in step with us. At the gate, Shizu touched my shoulder. "Come here," she said, soft. We stepped to the side where the lamplight didn't reach. She put her forehead to mine, and we stood there and breathed the same air until both of us felt more like people and less like roles. "We're not done," she said. "I know," I said. "Good," she said, and kissed me once like a signature. The sky stayed dark. The seam held off for now. "Tomorrow," Jill said, "we draw lines on the ground for angels. We decide what we will not give up." "Okay," I said. "Tomorrow." In the distance, a bell rang once. Not ours. The sound carried clean in the cold air. On the horizon, a ribbon of white light unrolled, and then folded back up like a letter. The angels had read us. Now they were writing back. The bell hit once and kept ringing in my bones. Clean light pressed a thumbprint into the sky right over the square. It didn't wait for speeches this time. The seam split. The first row stepped through. "Choir," Seal said in my head. "Not scouts. 9. Anchors behind them. If they finish the frame, more come." "Break the frame," I said. Working. We were already moving. Ranga took the north line with his pack. Benamaru set east with Kid Jin and a thin smile. Sui vanished and left 3 shadows that weren't him to confuse anyone watching. Shona pulled children back and tied a rope between 2 posts so little hands could hold and follow. Kaijin checked the braces on the gate and cursed at a hinge and then made it better. Veldora rolled his shoulders and looked too happy. Milim bounced once, remembered, and stopped. Gazel's guard locked shields and left a lane for medics. The angels were shapes first, not faces. Lines and planes that had decided to be people. They spread. No dust. No noise. The pressure changed. Ears popped. A smell like cold glass filled my mouth. The one in front tilted its head. "Correction," it said. The voice went straight into the part of the brain that wants to obey. "State grounds," I said. "Or leave." "Deviation," it said. It looked at my chest. "Unauthorized pillar." Veldora snorted. "Is very authorized," he said. "Not helping," I said. "Frame at 40%, Cheel warned. Anchors above cloud, below bedrock." "Clever." "Take bedrock first," I said on it. The lead angel lifted a hand. The air got ready to agree with it. Milim inhaled to scream something about boredom. Velzard spoke first. "Stop," she said. Calm, flat, not loud. The air listened. Velgrin stood beside her with her arms folded. Heat shimmered around her bare feet and didn't burn grass. The lead angel shifted its attention. "Registered pillars," it said. "Your sibling is unregistered." "Now registered," Velzard said. "Shall receipt," the angel said. Velgrin smiled without her eyes. "We don't show you anything." Frame at 60, Shield said. We need 90 seconds. Buy it, I said, and stepped forward so the angel was looking at me and not at the rope Seal was cutting. I died, I said. I woke up here. I didn't ask. I didn't refuse. I'm trying not to break furniture. You can make a case. You don't get to purge a city because your ledger hates smudges. Ledger, it said, and for a second it almost sounded amused. We do not keep ledgers. We keep shape. It reached again. The square warped, trying to fit a line I could not see. Now, Seal said. I took the line and bent it back, not hard, enough to make it miss. The angel's hand hung in air. It recalculated. Begin? It said they moved. No shouting, no wind up. 9 clean cuts of intent aimed at 9 points we could not afford to lose. We met them with bodies, not speeches. Ranga hit the left flank like a quiet storm. His pack spread and snapped at joints that weren't joints. Angels don't bleed, they grind. The sound is like teeth on metal. Wolves hate it. The pack held anyway. Benimaru took 2 at once because he refuses to be bored. Black fire flowed off his sword in a thin sheet and didn't spread. He learned. He grunted when a plane cut his forearm through the guard. Shona was already there with cloth and heat, sealing the edges so he could keep fingers. Sui appeared on top of one and tried to choke a neck that wasn't a neck. It didn't work. He swapped tactics in one breath and tied its wings to its own center with wire I couldn't see. Milim laughed once and threw a straight punch that would have cracked a mountain. Velzard cleared her throat. Milim dropped her fist to half. It still knocked an angel 3 paces back and made its lines flicker. Veldora held the middle like a hill. When an angel tried to draw a circle around him, he blew it flat with one breath and looked very proud of himself. Gazel's men took one on shields. The front line bent and didn't break. Ari and Johan anchored a lane for evacuations and looked furious in the way trained people do when they have to watch instead of swing. Frame at 80, Seal said. 2 anchors remain. Take them, I said. Need focus. Take mine, I said, and keep me from eating the wrong thing. Understood. I let the door inside me shift. The void pressed up like a big animal wanting out. I put my hands up and reminded it we had names we didn't want to lose. Seal took the edge off the hunger and fed it rules instead of people. The lead angel saw it and came for me. Good. I wanted it. It reached. I stepped into the reach and took the command it was giving the world. The command said erase the error. I crossed out erase. I wrote observe. It tried again. I crossed out erase and wrote wait. It tried a 3rd time. I wrote talk. It tilted its head. You are not a tool, it said, like it had discovered a mouse that had learned to open a cupboard. I'm not your boss either, I said. That's the point. It cut. The cut didn't make a blade. It made a moment where I was supposed to not be there. I was still there. It flicked once, a line cut across my ribs. It burned cold. I staggered. Shizu shouted my name. I laughed because it hurt and I was still here. Rings snapped across the square. Veldora snapped one between his fingers. Milim head butted another and grinned. Benimaru cut one and hissed at the way it tried to weld his blade to itself. Shuna pressed a handful of salt to my cut, and I hissed and then breathed easier. Anchor one down, Seal said. 2 is stubborn. The angel in front of me looked up and then down like it was checking tide marks. You are a wrong answer with teeth, it said. Story of my life, I said. It lifted both hands. The other 8 mirrored it. Light folded into a lattice overhead. Not pretty. Exact. The pressure doubled. People dropped to a knee. Kaijin swore and kept hammering a pin because he refuses to stop working for God or Angel.
As a thoth,
Seal said quietly. Full protocol available. Warning high risk of self-erasure if emotional state spikes. I swallowed. My mouth tasted like coins. Shizu's hand found my wrist and squeezed once. Stay, she said. Her eyes were steady. I'm here, I said. Proceed. Shiel said. I opened the bigger door a little wider. The world exposed its seams. Not just the angel lattice. The space under it, the habits, the old choices. Feldenava's lines ran like old streets under a modern city. The angels were trying to lay a new grid over the neighborhood and ignore the houses. It would work if we let it. I didn't let it. Take the anchor, I said. Seal guided. I took the lowest rung of the ladder they were building and told it wasn't allowed to be here unless it agreed to 3 rules. No touching civilians, no rewriting minds, no orders that use the word erase. The rung fought. I made the rules small and simple and true. The rung stopped fighting. The lattice flickered. The lead angel hissed. Velzard stepped in then and put her hand on the lattice and made time sticky. Velgrin put her palm to its side and made stupid speed go somewhere harmless. Milim pushed in the middle and laughed like a kid with a new swing. Veldora braced the corner without breaking it. Acre 2 down, Seal said. Frame broken. Reinforcements denied. We still had 9 in the square. That was enough. Push, I said. We pushed, not with a shout, with steps, with cuts that stopped before they hit a fence, with wolves that herded rather than tore, with Shona's steady hands, with Sui's wire, with Benamaru's fire kept flat as a blade, with Kaijin's hinges that didn't fail when a weight fell where it shouldn't. The angel in front of me tried to change tactics. It shrank itself into something the size of a man, like it thought that shape would make me kinder. I didn't change anything. I reached and took the permission it had given itself to execute orders here. I set it aside. It paused. You are writing rules. I'm writing limits, I said. Who authorized you? Nobody, I said. That's why they work. It tried to look past me. Shizu stepped into its line. It looked at her and recalculated a human. It didn't like the numbers. It stepped back. 3 disabled, Seal said. 6 functional. Benamaru losing blood. Ranga bruised ribs. 2 goblins with broken arms. Ari still standing. Johan still calm. Priorities, I said. Benamaru first, Seal said. I snapped my hand toward him, not healing. A rule. His blood stayed inside until Shona could close the cut. He blinked, surprised, and then nodded once without looking over. The lead angel tilted its head again. You are not correcting, it said. You are caging. Only the parts that like to eat children, I said. It stopped talking. They tried once more. All 9 moved in a line. The lattice over our heads tried to harden and fall. I grabbed it and wrote a single sentence across it. This line does not drop on living beings in this square. It tried to argue with me about definitions. I wrote living as heartbeats I could hear. It backed off because the rule was simple and it had to be fast. Enough, I said, and meant it. I stepped into the lead angel's reach and pressed my palm to its sternum. I didn't erase it. I put a door in it the size of a coin and pushed it open to the place it had come from. Clean wind blew through the hole and took dust with it. Go home? I said. It fought me for a breath and then realized it was losing time. It stepped back through the hole and folded. The other 8 mirrored the decision like a flock turning. The light pulled up, the thumbprint in the sky smoothed. The pressure let go. Silence hit hard. Someone started laughing and then crying, because sometimes those are the same thing. Benimaru put a hand on his thigh and breathed. Ranga lay down where he stood and thumped his tail twice and closed his eyes. Shona sat on the ground with her skirt in the dust and drank water, and then poured the last sip on the ground for the ones who didn't get to drink today. We counted. We lifted. We pressed. We rapped. We wrote names. We didn't pretend it cost nothing. Ghazal rolled his shoulders and scowled at the sky. "I will write a letter," he said, voice dry. "Make it short," I said. We didn't have long for relief. The seam didn't reopen. A different voice arrived instead. Not angel, not demon. It sounded like wind through a library that hadn't been visited in a while. It came from nowhere and everywhere. "Designation query," it said. "Confirm guardian slot." Velzard stiffened. Velgrin's mouth flattened. Veldora stopped grinning and actually looked like a dragon for a second. "The voice," Seal said. "Hello?" I said. "You feel like a bureaucrat." "Confirm guardian slot," it repeated. Seal spoke out loud through me. "Dinid," she said. "My master is not a replacement. He is present by consent of existing pillars." "Insufficient," the voice said. Velzard stepped forward. Veldanova left holes. He did not leave orders. You do not get to force a piece into a shape because it fits. The air didn't answer. Then it tried a different path. "Satoru Mikami. Do you accept guardian duties?" Everyone looked at me. Shizu's hand found mine. Her fingers were cold and steady. I wanted to say no. I wanted to go to sleep. I wanted to run a small town that never saw a spear. "Terms," I said. The air paused. "State. No erasing people to keep math clean," I said. "No pulling children for balance games. No secret rules with traps. You want me to keep the roof up. I keep it up for everyone under it. You try to use me to knock a wall down. I walk." Silence. 20. "Accepted," it said. It said, "Witnesses." Velzard, Velgrind, and Veldora spoke together. Witnessed. A weight settled on my shoulders that didn't bend my knees. It was just there. Like a jacket you don't take off because the weather might turn. "Designation updated," the voice said. "Guardian present." Protocols revised. It faded like a candle pinched. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding, and then realized I had actually been holding it because my chest hurt. "Eat," Shuna said from the ground without looking up. "Boss," Kaijin said, wiping his hands. 3 hinges bent. "I'll fix them before night." "Fix them tomorrow," I said. "Tonight?" he said, and stalked off because that is who he is. Ultima peeked out from the healer tent, gave me a quick thumbs up, then ducked back in because Maya had woken and was scared of the ceiling. Carrera sat on a broken cart wheel and bounced her heel and looked like she wanted to punch a god and was sad there were none left in reach. Testarossa tied the last ring she had taken from Clayman in a cloth and handed it to Sui. "Proof," she said. He nodded and made it vanish. Leon stood just inside the gate with his hands in his pockets like a man at the wrong party. He met Shizu's eyes and looked away and then forced himself to look back. "Later," he said. "Later," she said, calm, not cruel. "We started the work that comes after a war. Lists. Fires for water. Bandages boiled and dried. Names written on a board. A corner set aside for crying where no one would be watched. Bread passed. Jokes told too loudly because throats needed to unclench. Near sunset, Velzard and Velgrund took me to the edge of the field where the grass still remembered frost and heat from the first day. "You did not erase," Velzard said. "I wanted to," I said. "Good," she said. Velgrund leaned on the fence. "You asked for terms," she said. "Veldava never did. I'm not him," I said. "Good," she said, a mirror of her sister. They told me a little then. Not a prophecy, facts. Veldanova had built like a child that liked blocks. Angels kept blocks from falling and forgot the children playing under the table. Demons pulled blocks because it was funny. Dragons watched the ceiling and laughed when it didn't fall. When it did, they tried to hold it up with their hands. He had not planned for leaving. He had left anyway. "You will get letters," Velzard said. "From old powers, from fools, from friends. Read none of them alone. Eat." Velgrund added, "I am surrounded by very bossy people," I said. "You lived longer that way," Velzard said. We went back. By full dark. The square looked like a place where a festival would be tomorrow if we were pretending. Lanterns hung. Children slept in a line with chalk marks beside their heads for counting. Wolves snored. Dwarves argued and then laughed. Gazelle pretended to hate our cooking and asked for seconds. Shizu pulled me to the side where it was quiet. She looked at the bandage under my ribs and made a face at it like it had offended her. "Hurts." "Yes," I said. "Good," she said. "You'll remember not to step into cuts with your chest next time." She leaned in and kissed me. Not quick, not performative. She tasted like tea and smoke. We stayed like that until breathing decided to matter again. "You're the guardian now," she said, forehead against mine. "I'm not calling you that." "Please don't," I said. "We'll do this my way," she said. "You plan. I poke holes. We argue. You listen. I teach. You make schedules. We build a school that doesn't get taken over by anyone with a nice hat." "Deal," I said, and felt something unknot in my chest that wasn't the wound. Shona walked by and did not look at us and smiled anyway. Benimaru limped past and pretended not to limp. Sui handed me a folded note and then melted. It said Clayman gone east. Not far. Not brave. Ultima doodled a heart in the corner. Diablo signed it like a formal letter. "Tomorrow," I said. "Tomorrow," Shizu echoed. We held a short council before midnight. Gazel, Veldora, Milim, Velzard, Velgrund, Benimaru, Shona, Sui, Kaijin, Ari, Johann Diablo, the primordials. Luminous envoy on a mirror that refused to reflect anything we didn't want it to. We spoke like people who had blood together talk. Fast, clear, no ornaments. Western nations' formal recognition of Tempest as protectorate pending signatures. Luminous, public statement that the Church stands down and stands with us. Hainada training exchange. Dwargon road plans and supply lines. Primordials. Assigned sectors with written limits that made Carrera groan and then grin because she likes breaking rules only when they exist. Testarossa already had a file for each name we might need to speak to. Ultima had drawn a rabbit on my copy and then pretended she hadn't. Velzard, warnings about old lines we wouldn't cross without saying please first. Velgrund reminders to sleep. Milim raised her hand. "Can we do a trip?" she asked. "Fun. Not war." "After Clayman?" I said. She pouted and then smiled. "Okay." Veldora stretched like a cat and yawned. "I will bring cakes," he said. "Tomorrow," Shuna said. He nodded, solemn like a child given an important job. It made me feel better. Epilogue work started before the fire burned low. We wrote letters. We posted names. We drew a map with pins we hadn't had yesterday. We set a watch rotation that would be boring unless the sky opened again. We decided where the school would go. Shizu took notes. I watched her write and felt the world settle a little. Close to dawn, Sui appeared beside me with no sound and handed me a final sheet. "Clayman," he said. The sheet held a location, a camp, 10 guards, a stage half-built, a mirror covered with a cloth. He was waiting for us to come ruin his monologue. "Leave him," I said. Sui didn't blink. "For now," he said. "For now," I said. "He's already losing the thing he wants most. An audience." Sui's mouth twitched. He vanished. The sky stayed closed. The air smelled like ash and broth and morning. I stood alone for a minute because leaders sometimes need 1 minute. My hands shook now that nobody was watching. Seal put pressure on my shoulder that wasn't a hand and wasn't not a hand. "You did well," she said. She never says that unless it's true. "I didn't erase anyone," I said. "You didn't," she said. "You wrote limits." "That is harder." "It hurt," I said. "That means you kept the door mostly shut," she said. "Keep doing that." "I will," I said. Shizu's footsteps came up behind me. She put a blanket over my shoulders because I had forgotten the night gets cold after the heat leaves. We stood and watched the line where the forest meets the sky. "What now?" she asked. "School," I said. "Roads. A letter to the world that says we're here and we are not moving. A hunt for a man in a pretty coat who talks too much." "Cake." "Good list," she said. "Stay," I said. "I'm here," she said, and laced our fingers. Morning took hold. People woke to bread and a clean square and names on a board and a rope for children to hold. Wolves yawned. Dwarves poured coffee. Kings pretended they didn't like it and asked for more. We were not fixed. We were not safe. We were alive. We had rules we wrote ourselves. We had a roof to hold. I was the guardian, not a god, not a replacement. A man who died and woke up with a body that scares him and a job he chose to do anyway. "Master," Seal said softly. "Angel report they will return. They will talk first." "Good," I said. "We have chairs." She almost laughed. Almost. I went to help set up the school tent before breakfast. Shizu argued with me about table height. We bickered until it was right. It felt like a miracle because it was simple and real. Behind us, Velzerd and Velgrind rose like lines of light and vanished. Veldora tried to follow, tripped over a rope, swore, and then laughed at himself. Malim stole bread from a tray and winked when Shuna pretended not to see. Benamaru sharpened his sword and did not look at the sky. Sui balanced on the fence post and looked like a shadow learning to be a man. Ranga slept with a child's hand on his fur. We kept going.